here. Level 2. Optics here.
I need an
Close
extended
range.
heavy mag. Shotgun. Got a hop up here. Kinetic feeder. This way, perhaps. The flame draws me this way.
Bogey here, and I'm looking straight up their tailpipe.
Thirty repeater here. This direction. Let's go.
This way. Come, target spotted.
We must go here.
Bogey and Mike bandit here. Hold on. Let me help you.
Optics here. Mid-range. Got a hop up here. Kinetic feeder.
Hostile spotted. Let's go here. Target over there. No one's getting in that area. Target over there. Say we move this way. I say we move this way. Let's check out this way.
Let's scan this area.
Checking for loot over there.
Something spotted. Backyard, outside of orbit.
We must go here. This way. Come. Rival spotted. Enemy is right here.
Let's go here.
This way.
Enemy in view there.
Interceptor here. Ultimate accelerant here.
We can scan this area. Let's scope this quadrant out here.
What's here? We must go here. I am here, my friend.
I see an opponent. Numpty spotted.
Enemy there. Spotted one.
I have eyes on the enemy. Optics here. Mid-range.
Bogey there.
Enemy that way. Enemy that way. This way, you can? Enemy there.
Care package over here.
Bogey over there.
Opponent here.
Bogey right here.
Best rounds are found this way.
Enemy
Let's
is
go
right
here.
here.
Are we numpty right here?
Bogey here. This way.
It's right here.
Look out! Enemy here. We can scan this area. Bandit here.
Quickly, before the darkness comes, stare into the light one final time.
We have our
Charger.
Peacekeeper here. Extended Phoenix kit here. Phoenix kit here.
I'll bag that. Got a bogey on my marker.
Numpty spotted.
We can cruise over here. Forget that.
What we science folk call a baddie. Reckon we should head here.
Opponent over there. Antagonist over there.
Fancy a stroll this way?
Opponent over there.
Nobody panic.
This way, you can.
Got ourselves a bandit out there. Another bogey.
Sure.
Another
Enemy in
bogey.
view there. The flame draws me this way. These direction belongs to me. Let's go. Antagonist spotted over there. The flame draws me this way.
Tally on bandit out there.
jet there. Jet there. Bandit here. Buggy here. Outside their orbit. Fancy a wee stroll this way?
The flame draws me this way. Enemy spotted far. Let us move here.
Let's scan this area.
This direction goes. Just if it is required, there is an extended energy mag here. Rival spotted.
That's got my name written all over it.
Rival spotted.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
We must go here.
Enemy that away.
We can cruise over here.
Jet there. Enemy that away.
Gotcha. Hey, how about no more dying today?
This way. Come.
Camp out over here.
Repeater here.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
Enemy spotted. Subject spotted.
I bet we'll find something good here.
Enemy that away. Enemy there. I've got an empty here. Dumpty right here.
Shield battery here.
Hurling it on top of it.
Bogey here.
Got a bogey on my marker. Got another bandit. Let's see what we have over here.
We should conduct a search right here. Subject spotted.
Buster here.
I shift our orbits that way.
Bogey spotted out there.
We've got a bad guy.
Tally on bandit out there. Apex champions.
Optics here. Close
There's a
range.
shotgun here.
Sentinel here.
There's a clueless bogey out there.
Numpty there. This could get interesting.
Bogey here.
Body shield here. Level 4.
That's got my name written all over it.
Optics, D7 scout here.
Dibs.
Shall we head this way, darlings?
Bogey in my crosshairs.
Open supply bin over there.
Oh, wait a moment. Orbits that way. Hooligan on top of us.
Let's go that way. Shield battery here.
We could cruise over here. Let's go
Target
here.
opponent.
We can cruise over here. Looking for any salvage right here.
Opponent over there. Rival, right here.
I see an opponent here. This way, perhaps. The flame draws me this way. Antagonist in sight.
We can scan this area. Feel like we can scan. Optics here. Close range.
Opponent over there.
Spotted what we science folk call a baddie.
Enemy over there.
Shall we head this way, darlings? Oh my, an enemy.
Copy. There's a clueless bogey out there.
Antagonist in sight, but close.
Bogey over there. Bogey in my crosshairs. Gonna zoom over there. Let's scan this area.
This direction goes to me. Let us go.
Let's go here. Allons-y.
The flame draws me this way.
Let's go that way.
Let us move here. Enemy there. Tireless fucking
We have our Apex champions.
Fancy a wee stroll this way? Optics here. Extended sniper mag here.
Optics here. Close range. Evo shield here.
Abandoned
I'll take it, mate. Let's see what we have over here. Spotted what we science folk call a baddie.
Closed door,
Will
buddy.
you help your ma watch over there? There's an Egypt.
There's a wee numpty.
This direction calls to me. Let us go.
Optics here. Mid-range.
Loot hunting here.
We may have an audience. A rival landed close by.
Bogey there. Got another bandit. Padlock the bandit. Let's scan this area.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
I'm here. So let's get you a do-over, huh?
Gas box over there.
Scan this area.
Shall we head this way?
Observing this location.
Enemy here.
Let's Bogey over there.
Let us move here.
Enemy there. There's a wee uptake.
Bogey there.
Med skid here.
Medkit here.
Enemy spot far.
10-4. Bogey spotted out there.
The flame draws me this way.
Let's scan this area.
Enemy there.
Got a bogey on my marker.
Rolling it on top of us.
Another bogey. Let's go here.
Let's shift our orbits that way. Rolling it on top of us.
Nobody panic, but we got bandits.
Enemy spotted. They are far.
I got a hook. Fancy a wee stroll?
Contact with rival.
here.
Bogey here.
Death box here.
Let's go here.
Opponent, over there. Enemy spotted.
Padlock the bandit. Let's go.
This direction calls to me. Let us go.
Energy ammo here.
Antagonist, over there.
Let's scope this quadrant out here.
Enemy spotted far.
Contact for hostile.
Close.
Hostile over there.
This way. Come. Rival over there. Rival, there.
Target over there.
Enemy in view there. Enemy is right here.
Enemy spotted.
Enemy there.
Target over there.
Enemy here.
Hostile over there.
Yes.
Hostile spotted.
God, up to here.
Enemy
Let us
spotted.
move here. Light ammo here.
Target spotted.
Enemy.
This way.
Rival, right here.
Contact. Making contact with enemy.
Got a bandit.
Enemy here.
We have our Apex champions.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome here to the beginning of the qualifiers for Season 6 of Series E Apex Legends. My name is Yeso. I'm your host as we kick off our first night of qualifiers here, and I'm so ready to get right back into the action. Little break there between the end of the season and the start of the qualifiers, but we are ready to go to kick off our first of 4 nights of qualifiers. So welcome here. Happy Tuesday. Excited to have you on board. Now, real quick, before we jump into the fun, let's break down how Series E works so everybody's on the same page. Now, Series E is a professional esports open circuit that absolutely anyone can join across multiple different titles. We've got Apex Legends, of course, Guilty Gear Strive, Multiverses, and Halo Infinite. Now, the way things work is players and teams that come out, they compete in our open qualifiers, and the best of the best make it into Series E. Now, what does that mean for them? Well, players will get the opportunity to sign a contract, they'll get sponsored by one of our partnered brands, they'll earn a monthly salary, and they will get to compete weekly for points and prize money. In Apex Legends, it's every Tuesday night against other open squads, just like these teams used to be themselves, and then every Wednesday they play against some of the best pros from all across North America. So if you and your friends want to get in on the fun, head over to esportsarena.com right now to make sure you sign up for the qualifiers, because while tonight is the first night of quals, night 2 is tomorrow, and then a couple of weeks from now we'll do the final 2 nights of qualifiers. And it's important to get in as many as you can, because winning on a single night does not get you into Series E. We will be determining qualifiers by the most overall points throughout the entire qualifier. So you've got to get in, make it to the final round, and then put up as many points as you can. So make sure you're coming out night after night during these 4 nights of qualifiers to make sure you can lock in your spot for Season 6 of Series E Apex Legends. So looking forward to that. Of course, I do have to give a very special congratulations here at the top of the show to our good buddies on Team Esports Arena. Last night, if you guys were watching, they qualified for Pro League here in North America for the ALGS. We are so proud of them and looking forward to seeing them compete in Pro League very soon. And if you want to compete against them during the season, I hope you're signed up for qualifiers already. We are ready to go. My good friends T Squared and Dia will be bringing you all of the action throughout tonight's show, and I'll be here to break things down in between and check out some awesome replays. I hope you are ready. I hope you're strapped in. You got a nice drink with you, because we're ready to go. Let's kick off our first night of qualifiers here for Series E Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E Apex Legends.
Apex Legends. Series E Apex Legends starts right now. Lion is down! Luxford is out! But with Lust Demonios gone, it's gonna be an exceptional win now. They've got the angles, they've got the players, they've got the numbers, and they should have the win! It's been an amazing day of Series E. You're not done killed, absolutely ripping apart the final player of Renegade. That's gonna be elimination there. Welcome back to Series E, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dia, and I'm joined by T Squared on today's very special occasion, the Open Qualifiers for Series E. With these teams already having played 4 games today, we've whittled it down to just the top 20. Those 20 now have the chance to accumulate some points and get themselves that Series E spot, T Squared.
Yeah, it's going to be a marathon, not a sprint, because keep in mind, there's going to be 4 qualification days that happen throughout all of that. Just like Yeso is saying, you're going to go through the accumulative total when it's all said and done. And when we look at some of these rosters that are coming through, we have a little bit of, some favorites that we were talking about, because one of those teams finished second behind ESA in terms of making it into the ALGS Pro League yesterday. Let's go ahead and take a look at that format. And it's that typical format that you have in the actual ALGS, speaking of that. And you're going to have 1 point per kill, 12 points overall, all the way down to 0 points if you do end up goosing going out in 16th, 20th. Yeah, that's not what these teams have in mind, though. 20 teams, they all look really solid.
Yeah, and I bet they're all thinking about how to get the most kills possible as well, because if I learned anything from yesterday's games in the ALGS qualifiers, is that kills are sometimes the most consistent way of putting up performances game in and game out. Finding that singular squad wipe is as good as picking up a 6th to 7th place. You do that multiple times, you place well, and you are going to be home free. For so many of these teams as well, there's going to be this period of adaptation, and for that, I'm glad that we are going to be on World's Edge for all of today. We'll be playing 5 games, all of them on the map that we know and love, is really the start of competitive Apex.
No doubt about it. Definitely want to get those kill points while you can. Taking team fights are extremely important. Not only that, you just don't want to be that team that lacks team fighting skills, because that's when you end up getting caught out. That's when you get exposed for what your weaknesses are, basically. So if you're able to team fight your way through, and then you can pick up some decent placement points, you're going to be in a pretty good spot. And usually the teams that are already snowballing are going to continue to snowball this lobby. As we take a look at some of these rosters now, slept on, that team in the top left, definitely my favorite in terms of who's going to be making it through, because these guys just started competing in Series E recently, had an opportunity to get into Psycho's Discord. He has a great Discord for the top 250, 500 players. They're constantly grinding it out, constantly playing ranked. They're playing in multiple different tournaments that are going on and taking place right now. You have some former pros in there like Mooman on Sniper Gang, who's a very solid player. Rowdy Life and his team, Phase 1 Esports, are a team to watch out for. Redeem, Z Davis, Crow, and Joey, another really good squad. Buff, Aim Assist, Locks, Keegan, Zanu. Those are my squads off the top of the heads that really stand out.
Yeah, and for good reason. A lot of people who hung around the Challenger Circuit scene last split and the split before are also going to recognize teams like Transatlantic Gaming that are in the bottom left of your screen, if I'm doing that right. And for all of these names that have split up and have rejoined different squads in the Challenger Circuit, in the Tier 2 scene, I'm excited to see what pairings they've come with when approaching this new meta, when approaching a new season of Apex Legends. I remember Holiday is around here somewhere as well, and I'm looking for the team that he's on this graphic, but he, coming from RCO, is going to be somebody that I'm definitely looking out for.
Yeah, Meowdy with Cody, Awesome Tryhard, and Prob Garrett. That's another ranked squad that is a very formidable team that could put up some serious points. But when you look at these rosters, again, you want to go and take team fights because you want to be able to pick up as much points as possible, not just today, but throughout all 4 of these, nights that we're going to be playing throughout the qualification process. And it's kind of similar like our open nights, right? The open nights run very fast pace. They're constantly taking team fight after team fight. If that's the case, you're going to be running Horizon, Seer, and Valkyrie. That's going to be the most common composition that you should see throughout all of this. If you're not running that, you're probably going to be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, I got my fingers crossed. I got to be honest with you, Squared. EMEA just yesterday in their Pro League qualifiers were starting to whip out some ramparts. So I'm hoping, but I'm not going to get my hopes too high up, as already Risen Rose are demonstrating exactly the composition that you were thinking we'd see mostly today, and I have no doubt that you're absolutely right.
Always curious to see what the 50-50s that are going to take place are. Buff Aim Assists fighting over towards the Harvester side now. This is definitely a spot that you want to try to lock down. Not surprising to see a 50-50 take place, but Zanu needs to get out of there. It's exactly what he does. Great use of the jetpack throughout all of that. Locks coming in, and the entry frag from Zanu ends out working, basically baiting 2 players directly into that EVA 8 shots coming in from Locks.
With Transatlantic Gaming down 2 now, there's no shot that they're going to come out on top, and it's a clean wipe in the favor of Buff Aim Assist. That 50-50 now gives them complete dominance over Harvester, and since we're going to be staying on World's Edge all of today, I always think that it's better if you wrap this up quickly. If you find yourself a different spot, because Buff Aim Assist are not going to give up easily. They are yet another team that wowed us in the ALGS qualifiers yesterday.
Another 50-50 taking place with Joey Blackout and his squad, so if we get an opportunity to see what's up with that, that's taking place a little bit over towards that countdown area, making their way on over towards Lava Fisher, leaving the Skyhook area. Now, there was 3 teams that skedaddled on over there, which means there was probably a little bit of a fight happening over towards countdown too, and that fight continues to take place, and you also see how important that 50-50 was to win, because the zone's going to pull over that way, Dia. It's going to pull over towards Harvester, most likely kind of right where Key and Locks are located. So locking that area down, going to be crucial. Now the question is do you leave this area and just kind of gatekeep? What's the positioning that you decide that you want to play here? Because they have the beacon scan, and Key looks like he's hitting that right now.
Yeah, Harvester's one of those really difficult spots to play and bunker down in as well. Not because it doesn't have the spots to play, but because the Harvester loot just doesn't always hit as hard as everywhere else. Like Staging, for example, right next door, or even Thermal Station a little bit below. But one of the other things that today is going to test about all these teams vying to be our newest entrants into Series E is their zone knowledge and how they start moving to capitalize on their opponents. Redeem already doing that, having wrapped around through the south end of Countdown. They're restarting the fight with the team they've recently pushed into Thermal Fisher, or excuse me, onto Lava Fisher. And with Redeem getting Z Davis on the forefront, they've got a lot of burst damage to do it. A wingman and a car, and already finding Flash. Z Davis is starting this fight off right, but still playing things very patiently, taking a moment to wait for the rest of the team as Joey Blackout hits up that other flank, and it's time for the thermites to start raining in. Crow's on the way, and Joey is going to be doing some serious damage with this new castle as well. Frag comes out, and Joey gets some good damage, able to back off just in time as the frag lands for a little bit more DPS. Laser Cat Squad's gone down, but it's a 1-4-1 as Z Davis, 50% HP inside the building, finally managed to get a little bit of verticality, opening up Crojo on the inside to lay in the additional damage, take down the Loba on the roof with just a little bit of extra help from the 301, and take a reset to continue propping this team up.
Tough fight right here for Redeem. You'd not expect dropouts to be able to do so well. There goes the sear scan. That's the cancel potentially onto the res, but the wall climb is going to be big. Also the use of the AC unit. There's the additional knock right there. It's going to be such an important fight for Redeem to go and win. You do not want to lose this 2 versus 3 after you've already had the caustic down. Crojo is extremely healthy. He knows that the Q is down right now for Sear, so immediately going back for the res onto Z Davis. They need to get Joey Blackout up too. Z Davis should probably end up going for that res onto him, and then that forces a really tough spot as Crojo goes for the black hole and is able to connect, and that's all she wrote for the dropouts. But a little bit sloppy, and shockingly no third parties came in for Team Redeem. They got a little bit lucky there.
It was a cool finish. I give him extra style points for the black hole that let him know that there was going to be no escape from Crojo at the end. We'll see how this team ends up moving themselves down as Redeem do still want to fight their way back into Series E. Buff aim assist in the meantime, the team that we mentioned already had God positioning on Harvester. First dibs on whatever they would like, are still deciding largely what they're going to do, playing a little bit further out into the POI with Spire Esports starting to push up.
If you take the fights over here, you have to worry about getting third party because there's going to be a handful of teams that aren't really confident in their team fighting, but they know that the zone's going to be over towards Harvester, and you can see all the teams really starting to coexist, making their way over there. Spire doesn't have very good loot. You can see this charge rifle doesn't have very good scope on it. The car is there, decent attachments on that, but here's a fight taking place on the outside over here, and that's going to be a great knock coming in from Paps, immediately looking on over towards the high ground on the overlook side, and they've already gotten 2 knocks on this. Only one more player alive. It looks like that player doesn't have much opportunity to even get his shields back up either, as Paps lays down some great shots with the R301. Dalton's there to boot, and this is looking like a team that's ready to fight. Yeah, honestly, that was very clean taking down FaZe 1 Esports.
And I'm surprised that they took down FaZe 1 Esports in such a way. We called this team out even before we got into the games as being one of the teams that we maybe should look out for. With the fact that Psycho and Rowdy used to team together, we've got to assume that, you know, there's some level of coordination these two teams can mirror. Instead, FaZe 1 falling early really gives a breath of relief to Slept On as the Rouge, another team that we said might be a curiosity today, with Holiday at the helm, are starting to take a fight outside of Fragment, and they're losing it right now, with Stanky going really low, and a Seer ult pushing them all back to the cover of the rocks.
Yeah, Zero Marksman going to go and try to take down this black hole, and that's exactly what he does, as Papa Midget is getting pinched in between 2 different teams right now, so he's got to be careful. 4 batteries, that's going to be pretty useful for this type of fight. Also, no one really walking from behind because the Seer ultimate is going to be down. So they're going to be A-okay for now and continue to push up, which I like the aggressiveness happening over towards the Overlook side, happening over towards outside of Fragment as well. And this is what you kind of expected, this type of pace coming through. Dia and Stanky knew he was on the ropes, and he continues to be on the ropes, but a great counter knock coming through, and it's going to be the Mozam hammer points. Extremely underrated shotgun overall, but Meowdy is coming through, and this is the team we were talking about before, just straight up rank grinders.
He might have gotten that cancel as well. Meowdy pushing up really aggressively. Get some good damage in, but it's not quite enough to do this Valkyrie in. As Voski falls, though, a nice shot from Cody opens things up. What turned into just a chase down of a team has now become so much more an opportunity for KP, and a really nice slide onto these train tracks where there is nowhere to hide.
The Wingman Havoc combo is actually fairly nice, especially when you have the turbocharger. A lot of people will say, oh, I kind of want the R9 or a PK, something along those lines. But the Havoc, very rarely is it traded shoulder to shoulder. And you can maybe have a car or something like that. One of the weapons that puts down a lot of DPS, a fast TTK. I like that combination for Cody, especially considering the way that his wingman was looking overall. But they're not going to continue the hunt down. Sniper Gang is in the area, and it doesn't look like they have very great loot. Again, double blues and a gray, not ideal for this, as Swag King's checking all over the place with that heartbeat. Notices that there's two different teams, one team directly behind them and a team that's going to be down similar to where they were fighting before outside of Fragment. So this is definitely a spot where Sniper Gang just needs to get their loot, hold this choke, and be very careful because there's at least 3 or 4 teams here.
Zero Marksman losing another member. Sniper Gang are even more empowered. We're already at 15 squads. We're likely going to be moving down to 14 soon. There they go. But interestingly enough, Sniper Gang didn't pick up that kill. It was the team over at Harvester that ended up doing so, pushing Sniper Gang back, allowing them a chance to reset. But still, they do need to move ever closer to that ring, much like Slepton do right now, with Psycho going very low. They cannot afford to fall at this moment. Dalt's already down. The team they were going up against now getting 2v1'd as well, and they're out.
I don't know. Garrett gets the knock on a Karma. These are two teams that we were highlighting before, and it's nice to see them duking it out over towards the choke area. Great shots from Awesome Tryhard. Karma's going to end up going down. There's the Havoc that we were talking about, and Cody is putting in some serious work as Slepton gets eliminated. You still have Mooman and his squad coming in from behind, too, for the third party, but Meowdy barely takes any damage right here. You can see only Cody was on the verge of losing shields. The Seer ultimate's down, so no one really wants to push through that. So great job by Awesome Tryhard and their squad. Now we're back on board with Who, and this is that choke that's seeing a ton of action. We've already seen at least 2 or 3 fights over here, and we're going to see 2 or 3 more.
This is another one of those squads that we've got to keep our eyes on. The addition of Greatsword onto the high ground is going to be really powerful for them, but he gets pushed right back by shots from the 30-30 with one of our favorite teams, Slepton, already out. I do wonder how much crazier this lobby is going to get. Meowdy really running things right now with their speed of rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if they come to third party this fight if it goes on too long.
Nasty shots with the R301 there from Greatsword. He doesn't even have a mag either, so opportunity to potentially put pressure on here, maybe bubble forward if they really wanted to get a little bit risky. Waves needs to heal up, and they don't have the defensive department. You can see that when he's used a little bit ago, so all of this has to kind of revolve around what Greatsword does with this damage with the R301, and you can see he's connecting. Bubble should happen right behind this rock here very shortly if they want to go and push forward.
Is Greatsword an alt or something? Because this guy is moving so much better than a no-name ever should. Greatsword is propping up the team, and interestingly enough, is another one of these squads using the Gibraltar, much like we saw earlier from Meowdy. Some of these teams have decided, you know what? The Gibraltar that sort of fell out of meta is starting to become really valuable to us for its flexible defensive capabilities, the very thing that made him powerful to begin with.
Last player alive on Sniper Gang is going to be Swag King. He's not going to be able to get these banners. Understanding that they probably don't have a Seer, and they don't. So because of that, he's going to be able to rat it out and potentially move forward. Zone 3 is going to eat them alive, but that's going to be in 2 minutes. And at this point, who needs to get on over towards that choke? But again, we've seen what it's like to be over there. There's going to be so many different teams that try to add the pressure, and it looks like they've been sniffed out. Wave understands that there is one player on the side still. Vizzy looks like he's got the upper hand, and he is able to take down Swag King Sniper Gang out in 12th place. Tough for them. I mean, you could see, Dia, they didn't have any good loot. So going in against a team with golds and 2 purples, you expect them not to even be able to win that fight just off of that alone.
It feels really bad that a team without a Seer sniffed that out as well. Being able to just off of pure game sense move their way up to that railroad track, and now have a pretty clean line in towards Harvester. Things are going to get a little bit difficult for Who, one of our squads running Mad Maggie of all things. But with the Mad Maggie, hopefully they'll be able to clear a path over to where Redeem is currently fighting in Harvester. Already down Z Davis. They're taking shots in the back as well. That hilltop is so powerful and something Redeem simply don't have access to. Z Davis tries to get in. Not going to be able to get closer to any of his teammates for the revive. Instead, that banner is really the only thing that Redeem can hang on to now if they want Z Davis back in this game.
And you could see Z Davis was able to gather a lot of information, and what he gathered is that they're absolutely screwed because there's really nothing that anyone could have done to save him there. Joey Blackout, even if he is able to get that res going on, there's going to be multiple areas for the Newcastle to take damage from, and like you said, the best thing they can do, grab the banner, maybe try to get a mobile respawn beacon, but I don't believe that they have one right now. When you look at the pockets of Crows Joe, he's not able to locate one. Again, multiple teams in the area. it's a great area to go and play that head glitch on top of this Harvester side, but without Z Davis, it's a little bit tough. I mean, the zone is going to continue to pull over towards Harvester, so they're not that bad of a spot, but unfortunate there that they lose out on their Valkyrie. And Z Davis, again, this is that team that was Team Tyson previously in Season 5, a very viable team in terms of what they're going to be able to do now, just having to duke this out as a duo.
Now, hopefully they'll be able to make some moves into Harvester later on, because already they're a powerful defensive force. They've kept two teams at bay, even though both of these teams should know that it's just a two-man, since we've got some action going on over at Lava Siphon, though we get to tune in with Meowdy again for just a moment as they make their way in, poking at squads left, right, and center, even finding a team on their route to Harvester, but they're not going to take this path just yet. Instead, looking out for other squads that are trying to rotate in, that are trying to hide away in these little bits of territory that, well, the ring probably won't end here, will still provide you a really nice bit of cover. Meowdy used their own mobile cover to deploy that shield from Gibraltar as Garrett gets ready for, I'm wondering what, is it going to be an engagement or a rotation out? We've got Awesome Tryhard looking like he wants to fight, and everyone else from Meowdy looking like they want to maybe take the low ground.
They really can't take this fight with a minute and a half, though, because they understand there's a team to the right. They need to start focusing on where they're going to go and make the rotation without Valkyrie. So either they fight the team directly in front of them, or they push on over towards where the Watson fences are and then make their way through. Right now, based on what we're seeing, it looks like going head-to-head with the team that was inside the train tracks would have been the move. There might be multiple layers of gatekeeping here. Like, this team's going to sit back and just put damage as long as possible, but there's a certain point where they have to move as well. So they could end up just griefing each other, and Meowdy's going to have to make a move very shortly.
It's unfortunate that Meowdy don't have the opportunity to Valk ult, because this is, I think, the trademark position where you otherwise would. Grab lift from Awesome Tryhard looks good, though, and it gets a nice bit of damage initially. A great angle to destroy this Watson ult as well. Meowdy get to push up even further. Another Watson ult goes down and is instantly gone as a stick on the Arc Star is going to decimate the team in front of them. LTC lose Dan Mantic, and it's a push up from Meowdy that looks impossible to stop. We're going to be moving ourselves down to 10 squads momentarily, but Meowdy for now take that power position, sitting right outside of Harvester, getting themselves that much closer to the end game. Team Revenge taking their own fight in the meantime, cross some misaligned fences, and with a Loba and a Rampart, we're going to have to put up the defense of the century. Sheila doesn't find a knock just yet, and I don't know if she will.
Yeah, great job of tossing the nades out, understanding the situation. You cannot challenge this Sheila and escape head-to-head, so you're just going to have to fight through that. Carlos doing whatever he can to use the walls, but the push is coming here very shortly. They are in the zone, but we have to talk about that push originally that came in on the opposite side of the train tracks. That was absolutely phenomenal. Spire going to come through and eliminate Team Revenge. Now we're down to our top 9 teams here. Zone continuing to pull over towards the southern side of Harvester. We'll find out if Awesome Tryhard, Garrett, and Cody are going to continue to mop the rest of this lobby, because the way that they played that was just extremely impressive from the stick. Multiple Watson generators getting taken down. The interception pylons were no more. Into the Arc Stars, R301 spray looking extremely clean as well. And you can see that they're now running shoulder to shoulder inside the zone, so they should be good. Zone should continue to pull over towards that southern side as well, which is going to be close to where they're at, and it does. So great positioning for them.
Vermouth, I believe, looking across the way at Redeem are in an interesting position as well, being one of our only teams to run a Wraith. They do have that ability to change up their spot in an instant when we get to the late game. But on the low ground, we already know that Meowdy has taken a suboptimal position where they should also be able to throw some wrenches into the plans of Vermouth if this rotation down to the low ground does happen. I think they're actually spotted by Jeff right now, pinged out and sniped down. But nobody's taken out just yet. And Vermouth, I've got to be aware of the wolves circling around them, even down on the low ground. It's a difficult balance. Do you try and get this KP, or will it cost you your life?
They do need some additional fences on the outside area, though, just to kind of make sure they're owning as much real estate as possible. Fences on all angles, right? This ramp coming in from behind them, etc., etc. The play that you can see right now is to hold the outside of these little rocks area, because eventually everyone's going to have to rotate out of Harvester, and the teams that are looking over there and furthest away from all of the squads are going to have great opportunities to pick up some guild points. So I really like the positioning from Vermouth, but I just don't think that they're going to be in a game-winning spot unless the zone continues to pull on over there. I really like where Awesome Tryhard Cody and their squad put themselves in position, especially with the way that their team fighting. All of their ultimates should be back as well. That team on the low ground, not in a very great spot. Meowdy, though, this is the team to watch out for. All of the action should be directly in front of them.
They've got so much micro cover with these rocks as well. Seer Scan already out, and a Kraber in the hands of Cody. Doesn't even need to pull the trigger as they would just watch squads expire in front of them. There's still a lot of flexibility for them, but not for who on this low ground, sitting right underneath Vermouth, where Redeem, I believe, should be rotating. With this Mad Maggie, they've gotten a little bit of interesting improvised cover, but who don't have that much staying power. We'll have to see when they make use of this Gibraltar bubble to move themselves a little bit closer into the zone. Redeem, in the meantime, have definitely made use of the Newcastle and in a very interesting way as well, staying alive into the top 7.
Yeah, great use of the wall, as you just mentioned. Joey Blackout putting themselves on the low ground, trying to focus directly above them. You can see 2 teams on each side as ZXG getting taken down as well. Scout in hand for Kosi FPS and Risen Rose. They have the power position. They have the high ground directly where they need to be. I like where Meowdy's at as well, but you can see they've taken so much damage over towards the side. Great sword on that Gibby is going to get dropped down, as well as who getting eliminated in 6th place. Now, Risen Rose, while they are in this power position, you can see, Dia, they don't have many kill points, so they really need to clean up here.
They do, and from this high ground, they'll have the opportunity to, but also could be focused down. They and Vermouth, really, are the target teams for anyone on the low ground, because you cannot let these guys go unpunished. Team on the inside as well. With 5 squads left, it is going to come down to really inches, and the thing that I like about Risen Rose's position is that they don't have that many of them to go. They're very close to where this final round is going to be closing.
And again, when Trev Stacks takes out the black hole, uses his ultimate, they're going to be in a very powerful position. They can also use the Horizon Grav Lift to kind of get extra angles on this team that's already thrown down the bubble overall. And you can see a little bit of the graphics that are coming up for you guys a little bit later. That's how we fill in the scores, all right?
Yeah.
A little bit of a misclick over there.
Hopefully we'll get to see exactly which of these teams pops off with that graphic in a moment, but as Risen Rose end up losing a player as a surprise, we've got some crazy verticality going on for a Seer. Plugged Cube and Trev Stacks already down, with now Sosi having to defend the push from Redeem from behind. He drops down to the low ground, and Risen Rose, just like that, are wiped out by 2 squads. Awesome Tryhard, having gone down in the meantime, is getting rezzed by Prob Garrett as Cody plays Peel for the rest of the team. It's a gold bag res as well, and Meowdy, just like that, are right back in this. Bubble's going to expire soon. They've got a long cooldown till it comes up, but they've also got Grav Lift to be able to access this roof, laid down just in time by Tryhard. As the push comes up onto this high ground, Meowdy may just be able to win it out, taking it away, but they cannot, as Redeem, as a 2-man, take them out and own the high ground. 3 squads left, and Redeem could just do this, throwing down their ordinances onto the low ground. There is so much utility for them. Time to heal for Joey Blackout. And with the mobile shield right next to them, they could even snag themselves second. Beams from the car are unavoidable. Fully torqued are gone, and Redeem, as a 2-man, have hit second and pushed for first. Crojo going down onto the low ground. Joey Blackout finding a knock already. This could actually be the move, with Redeem having just 1 more kill between them and the end. 1 goes down, and it's a 1-4-1 at the moment. Crojo desperately making moves with this 301. He's got the car, he's got the reload, but he can't find the angle until the end with the punch as Redeem take game 1 as a 2-man squad.
They didn't need Z Davis. Z Davis needed them. Joey Blackout going huge right there on Newcastle. Everybody putting in work. Crojo with the final melee. Are you kidding me? That was perfectly executed. You never thought that teams like Risen Rose, who had the perfect positioning, Meowdy over towards the side, those were the teams that looked like they were in great position, but the timing, the way that they were able to be resourceful with what they had, and you could see the power of Newcastle in so many different ways of these instances, using the wall to creep up. What a game number 1 here in our first day of the qualifiers. Redeem definitely redeeming themselves with some big kill points and 12 placement points.
That's some Series E experience, baby. oh man, getting to watch that was so much fun. And the fact that Redeem were even able to access that verticality was really impressive after the tough mid-game that they ended up having, losing a player in Harvester and holding on to that spot really difficult. But we saw some big heroes come up around the map. Meowdy obviously impressing us with their multiple pushes into choke points that went really well. Who also having some really nice fights around those areas. But we get to see some of the replays now and look back at our favorite moments. Even with double Watson pylon, double Newcastle wall, it seemed like until that end game, nothing could stop Meowdy.
Yeah, Meowdy looked like they were in such great position. When the gold bag res came through, you thought maybe they would have been able to take this one. But the way that they were able to take these team fights so cleanly was impressive. And Dia, they didn't call them Team Tyson because of their boxing skills, all right? They were the chicken squad, basically. But they did not come in like chickens. They came in like straight Mike Tyson out there. Great performances to be able to take over the high ground right there, understanding the situation. The last team on this high ground typically ends up winning. The presence of mind from Crozio to look down with this car, lay down the shots, the confidence that they showed immediately. Joey ends up not going for a heal. Instead, he just continues to fight it out. And while that's happening, you could kind of see the other team looks like they're nervous. Then all of a sudden, Joey drops in from behind, takes out the PK, puts in some serious work. Crozio's still over towards the sky. And this is the perfect type of scenario with this weapon. With R301 Carbine, you're going to be in such a great spot to go and lay down cover fire and hip fire. That's what Crozio's did. And again, you can't really ask for a better performance from two teammates. Z Davis has to be stoked watching a squad do that.
It's incredible to be able to pull out a 2v3 performance in any scenario, but especially a competitive one. The way that Redeem were able to handle themselves in that game was absolutely deserving of applause. I wonder what else it was deserving of, as I look forward to seeing how Yeso breaks down that incredible win.
It's pretty rare that you see a two-man able to clutch up a late fight like that. It's rare that you see them win a game, and even, I would say, more rare that you see them putting up the kind of KP that they did in a performance like that. Crow and Joey Blackout clutching up for the squad, despite Z Davis going out earlier in the game, put his dead body on their back and carried him to the finish line in this first game. What a start here for Redeem. And of course, as T-Squared and Dia talked about, this is the former Team Tyson. They're trying to re-qualify after a rough second half of Season 5 and get back into Series E. And this is an incredible way to start it off. Let's take a look at our champion squad here for our first game of tonight's finals, as Crow just popped off in this game. We don't have champion squad, okay? Never mind. But still, huge performance from the team. That's going to be an absolute stack of points here for Redeem in the first game. And it's important to remember, first of all, as I stated at the top of the day, you've got to get as many points as you can across all the qualifiers. You can't just show up, finish first place tonight, and guarantee your spot in Series E for next season. You've got to come out every night and put up those consistent performances. But these big early showings certainly help take some of that pressure off. Redeem's going to feel good about that. Let's take a look, though, at our Mobile One high performance moment here for game number 1. And I imagine it's going to be the finish, and it is. So Redeem up here, they already just picked up a couple of KP, and then they get a little bit more here, because Crow putting out great damage from this little bit of high ground, catching fully torque there right below them, and then just doing such a good job of using the gravity lift there to get those sight lines and put out damage while the other team is so heavily focused on Joey, and Joey on the Newcastle able to stall a lot with that tack shield, playing around that box. And then Crow just does such a good job dancing around these knock shields, not letting that player get out of trouble, and they clean it up. This is just so well done from Redeem. You can see here, already 9 kills as this last fight starts. Crow is cleaning up anybody in his sights here, and Joey does such a good job here of getting a ton of value out of this push, essentially pushing 1v3 in that short range with Crow going up in the air, and Joey's still able to get a knock out of that before going down, and Crow able to clutch up in the 1v2. That was just such a well-played fight from both of them, so well done there for Redeem. We're going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, we've got game 2, just 4 more to go in our finals tonight.
up, they wanna package this. Pray for peace, pacifist, I'm never old enough to give a promise.
Welcome back to Series E Preseason 6 Qualifiers, where we've just, well, jumped over Game 1, punched it in the face to finish it off with a great win by Redeem. The one thing that I'm always excited to look at here is the Mobile 1 leaderboard, to see how what I think was a 13-kill game ended up putting Redeem 25 points in the lead, but Meowdy, interestingly, not that far behind.
Yeah, it's a pretty even spread when you look at that like mid-pack of the leaderboard, right? And shout out to the graphics squad coming through with the new graphics for Season 6. These are absolutely lit. But Redeemed was a two-man squad. Again, I'm looking at Z Davis, watching his teammates pull that off. That has to get you motivated, right? That's going to make you skyrocket your level of playing. He's playing on Valkyrie, so skyrocketing is going to be definitely the word that he wants to go and use. But overall, watch out for the rest of the teams here, because that's one game, 4 more remaining, right? So Redeem needs to stay level-headed. They need to focus and kind of ride that wave that they just had overall. But if they're doing that as a duo, I can't wait to see what they're doing as a trio. Keep in mind how Z Davis even got caught out to begin with. It was crazy over towards the Harvester side. They played a little corner of the bottom of Harvester. Multiple Newcastle walls went down, and you're starting to see the power of that legend if he's played correctly.
We're getting some interesting adaptations as well, with teams recognizing not just the power of the Newcastle, but the power of the W key and saying, I want to put a stop to that. We've got some teams picking up Caustic. I believe I saw 2 going into this lobby. And how that'll end up playing out in the late game is going to be really impactful. In the early game, I'm wondering whether Caustic even survives.
Yeah, Caustic is really just falling out of style because there's just so much power when it comes to this team composition that you're looking at. When it's, you know, Horizon and Valkyrie, you can have Seer in certain instances. But, you know, I feel like if you're not going to play Seer, you could play a handful of different legends. And Joey Blackout, again, on this Newcastle has been phenomenal. It's one of those legends that takes a while to learn. It's not very comfortable because of how tall it feels when you're running around the map. You feel like the tallest legend basically in the world. So again, I really like the way that he's able to not only place his walls, but use his passive and continually just kind of save his teammates. Really like how I think if Joey Blackout continues to play that Newcastle, they're going to be in a great spot. Also, they're landing POI. It's one of the best POIs that you can get because you're walking away with this type of loot every single time when we talk about the armor situation. 2 blues and a purple, they're going to feel confident fighting. As we take a look at the zone, pulling over towards the northeast side of the map, epicenter area, fragment east side. Sometimes it goes on over towards that broken building and the broken bridge. We'll find out if that ends up popping back on over there for zone number 3.
Yeah, I like that we get the chance to see the pings from the players as well, because they've pinged their own predictions, and seeing how this will work out, especially for Moonshine, Papa Midget, and Vosky, who have elected with their information to start moving towards center zone already. Most teams haven't departed their POIs just yet, and this is where I really favor squads that are landing in Climatizer. That is, if they survive. The Ruse already in a fight up here to determine who's going to be king of Climatizer for the next couple games today. 3 of them left after this, and you want your POI to be uncontested. With Ruse getting aggressive, we'll see whether they can survive this journey across the bridge. Holiday already pretty darn chunked out.
I mean, he was hitting some serious shots with the scout, too, especially without having a scope. But as soon as he looked away, he just took 2 wingman shots and got absolutely dropped. Stanky is over towards the side. You saw him with the R301. Probably taking the gondola back on over towards his team, and it looks like he's just going to end up dropping down, playing the low ground, and eventually they'll make their way over towards the high ground. But this is one of those fights, Dia, that it's already lasted a decent amount of time. So if you're in the vicinity, you're maybe considering going over here for third party.
They're going to go. They've got to go together. Raze and Holiday making the single push on this door against our wingman Seer. They got a wingman of their own, and a nice headshot takes down Rowdy Life with the squad of the Ruse all sat up in this building, all safe and comfortable. They've got a one-man advantage, a nice shield swap off the corpse as well. But as one falls, it's a nice, easy answer. Pablo goes down, and there's just one person left. Gray Shield's already eliminated, and it's a 1v1 between Stanky and the last member standing. Mobile Res actually going to do some real work right now for the Ruse.
This is a smart play. End up going and taking the 1v1 while someone's getting the res. Worst case scenario, you're going to be in this spot right here. And they're all weak, but it's going to be a 3-on-1 situation. You have 2 different armor swaps if you want to go for it. Raze is going to end up going and getting the thirst on over towards the side. Holiday gets the battery off at the perfect time. And phase 1, not having the start that they were hoping for. I believe they got eliminated without any points in the previous game. That's back-to-back games for them. Zanu and Lox, they're on the ropes. I believe that's a team that was landing over towards, I think, Harvester. So 2 fights taking place, 3 fights actually taking place. There's another one taking place over towards Lava City with Slept On.
Right now getting pushed by 3 people as one, though. Karma's in trouble in a big way. Gibraltar Dome actually doesn't insta-kill him, but the drop down from Awesome Tryhard and Prob Garrett absolutely will. A nice gravity lift gets them right back up to the roof, and with 1 down, it's all the advantage that you should need against Slept On. Meowdy looking for those continued kills, that continued aggression as Prob Garrett finds the opposition. And we've got a zip line on the inside to make sure that they are flanked. Black Hole's not going to do you too much good as Meowdy continue to look for angles, taking a brief respite with Awesome Tryhard on this zip line. Instant deletion of Psycho as he came up for a bit of cheeky damage and instantly regretted it.
Interesting to watch that scope being put on the wingman. You almost thought it was a Mozambique for a second as Awesome Tryhard is going to elect to, instead of going for the arbor swap, just get right into the box right there, maybe try to bait the last player out, who most likely left and is either leaving to go play their life because the zone is closing, or understanding, hey, maybe I can get out of here, and then end up playing the banners. JK, I'm hiding behind this knockdown shield. That's not going to work out, though, as Slept On ends up going down in 18th place. And correct me if I'm wrong, Dia, that's twice that Meowdy has eliminated Slept On.
Yeah, once over by the choke at Fragment, and once now. You've got that right, and I think, unfortunately, Slept On have got something wrong today. Despite the fact they had a great performance yesterday in the qualifiers to the ALGS, today the Series E competition is proving to be, well, pretty harsh for them. Down to Clown, they also are going to be working on holding down this area of Fragment in the meantime. ZXG no longer joining us, and in the meantime, I believe Fully Torqued, one of our top 3 squads from last game, were also taken out.
Again, it's a marathon, not a sprint, though, so they just have to continue to try to just chip away at whatever leads have been created. But Meowdy seems to be their Achilles heel right now, and that's a very talented team fighting team. So to watch them kind of lose the fight in that type of instance is fairly surprising. You saw as soon as that Seer Ultimate went down, you had 3 people directly running at you, and if that's any way to counter the Seer Ultimate, that's how you do it right there. Just everyone shoulder to shoulder, focusing on one person. Down to Clown is locking down the train area too, so it is interesting to see where everyone kind of decides that they want to set up. Team Revenge with their composition is definitely a squad that wants to sit up and play the end game.
Yeah, it's a very different composition, that's to be sure. This sort of sit still and wait for the zone to come to you, profit off the deaths of those around you, has largely gone by the wayside with the Caustic and Loba comp. Any move up to the high ground of this zone is going to be devastating.
Sniper Gang, who was eliminated outside of the top 10 previously, kind of by that choke that you were talking about, Dia. They're looking to make their way in over towards the zone. Still just in zone 2, so if they want to go all the way to the back and Valkyrie out, that's definitely viable. And you'd see a lot of that northwest area is completely open. All of that clutter towards the southern side is exactly what the Sniper Gang is trying to avoid.
We've got a team hold up in Epi, which is a really nice spot to, like you said, be able to avoid a lot of the action. The action, however, very much down towards Lava Siphon, as we've got Team Redeem already being flanked by 2 different squads. We've got a third one coming up from Harvester, and there's going to be serious action breaking out down there.
You can see the zone definitely pulls over towards that fragment side. Great job to get the toesies right there from Joey Blackout into Impact. Multiple squads in the area. It's going to have to be the Newcastle wall here very shortly. He's hitting the Phoenix. The timing is coming in from behind. Sniper Gang is there. Guy Choose is there as well with the missile swarm. And now this is looking like Redeemed is going out here very shortly. Aspire Esports being the first team to end up getting eliminated. Z Davis has already been knocked. And the rest of the team is just going to skedaddle. We've already seen them do it as a duo. Maybe they could do it again, but this seems to be a little bit different. Joey Blackout's out this time. You can see the gold knockdown was in use too, so they weren't even able to get out of there with the Newcastle wall, no reses, anything like that. The big pinch coming in from Sniper Gang.
It's a good thing they had a 25-point game last time, because right now we have just barely eked into the level where they'll have a single placement point. Sniper Gang do have a decision to make, though. Do they go after this one member? Do they go for the res ship that is dropping right next door? As it appears, neither. As they sit back, take their loot, and then will make a decision. Sniper Gang do have really the world as their oyster, but they do also only have 30 seconds to make that decision, as this zone's going to be pulling us even further up, and if you're not in Fragment, you're not going to be doing too much.
And it depends on the heal situation here for Crows, Joe. I mean, you really want to try to get these banners. Problem is, the zone's already shrunk. You don't have a mobile respawn beacon. I really feel like they're going to be camping those banners anyway, and that's exactly what they're doing. Understanding the situation, we could just go back, get all of this loot, sit in the storm, and then hunt these players down. As Tyler is going in and trying to get this last horizon on the horizon over here. Unfortunately, Crows Joe ends up turning the corner. We'll find out if he can clutch this out just like he did in game number 1. But this is another team to watch out for. Meowdy. They've already picked up 1 squad wipe on a team that's extremely talented. They're looking to try to get rid of the Seer ultimate here very shortly. And this seems to be kind of the flavor for Cody. This is twice now. He's had the Havoc turbocharger coming through. Had the wingman in the back pocket last time. This time he's electing with the car.
It's a pretty nice roll for him. It does, like you say, give you that optimal DPS. It also lets him pull off flanks like this, especially with the cars taking a little bit of damage from that charge rifle. But for right now, it is a real nice, easy cleanup on Risen Rose for Meowdy. Still sitting in the choke point right outside of Fragment. They've attracted a lot of attention to themselves and need to reset quickly. Awesome Tryhard is taking a moment to heal up, and Cody and Garrett need to put up the defense of a lifetime as another squad comes in from the south. A defensive bombardment, the perfect thing to stop that push.
Yeah, he called for defense, and that's exactly what you're going to end up getting, Dia, as the batteries are being hit by Awesome Tryhard. Cody is absolutely cracked in terms of being able to check where all these heartbeats are, knows exactly where this team is going to, has the head glitch stats yet that he has to work around, but he is able to break that horizon. Ends up stopping the heal, finding out where that player is moving as well. If he wants to toss down his ultimate, he could go for that here very shortly, but that's going to be tagged. Already losing it on 1, and Cody is just playing nutty right now.
He doesn't even take a second to breathe. Takes down 1 and just waits with the Havoc out for the other. Tag NA gone. We're into the top 12 now, and Meowdy again are on a rampage. It's those kills, it's that type of consistency that we looked for at the start of the day and that we are getting from Meowdy right now, our second place team at the moment, looking to make themselves an argument for first. Resets simple, they retake the height, and they've still got a little while more to move, but instead are farming up the squads trying desperately to move into the south of Fragment.
And when we talk about playstyles that really work right now. Meowdy seems to have this kind of figured out. They've seen Series E. They understand what the open nights could be like, what the qualification process could be. Some lobbies are going to be a little stronger than others. Maybe some teams didn't end up making it in here today. And Meowdy's going to take full advantage of that. They are playing a very aggressive play style. They're ready to take these team fights. And as you alluded to beforehand, that's what you need to do. You need to pick up those kill points. Even if you get one squad wipe, that's still the same equivalent as 6th place overall. And at this point, they've already got 3 different squad wipes and looking for more.
Yeah, they moved themselves up a few more positions, and they've already got enough points that first place is basically what they've arrived at. Crojo still making their way in from the very southern end of the map. Last remaining member of Redeem has got to be careful, as Fragment is perilous. We'll see if Crojo is up to the task, whether he can get them to a respawn of some kind, whether it's a rat play until the end. But right now, taking fire from afar, I'm not too hopeful, but I cross my fingers and pray for Crojo.
He doesn't even have to shoot. The dude's just going to come through with his fists. So that's what he specializes in. But what a job, at least trying to continue to pick up more kill points. We've seen, what 1 point can do in the ALGS qualifiers yesterday. Every single point matters. We've even seen when we looked at Series E Season 5, what it was like for a team like Mike and Ike to kind of scoot their way through and secure their way into the next season, as well as we see. I'm not even going to give it a try. All right, here it is.
Yeah.
Perspicacity. Perspicacity.
I'm thinking of it reminds me of precipitation, and I have to imagine it's so purposefully spelled that it has to be a word. I just don't know what word it could possibly be. I do like the spot that this confusingly titled team does have, though, as in this building you do have a lot of control over fragment zones and a lot of cover to work with as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, we got a scan on where the next zone is going to be, and it's going to be a little bit more over towards the northeast side, on the other side of the broken lava. Now, when we talk about most popular endings, this is typically the most popular ending that you're going to end up getting in the fragment side, and you're going to see they should be just on the outside of the next zone, correct? So you can see where they're going to have to move towards. That building on the opposite side of them is going to be highly contested. We'll find out who is going to be able to be in a good spot here, and it makes me feel like, honestly, Meowdy, with this Gibraltar coming through, this is going to be a very open circle, so having that Gibby bubble is going to be fantastic for them.
It is one of those moments where really having any sort of defensive tool, especially across these long ranges, is going to be really important. Things like the Gibraltar that give you that 15-second break, the Newcastle to allow you to stack up some defense, and even things like the Caustic in very niche situations are going to be useful. Rampart, Anyone? Anyone for Rampart in the open qualifiers?
No
for
vouchers?
Series
No
Season
vouchers?
6? Dropouts, they've at least got that Caustic. Interestingly enough, Lasercat Squad is going to be the one piloting that, and they've done a pretty good job with the Loba that is going to get even more value as this game goes on from those death boxes that start appearing around her.
Mooman and the Sniper Gang taking down Clip in 12th place overall. Now they're starting to heat up a little bit after sort of lackluster game number 1, but like you said, Dia, Dropouts going to have to make their move. 25 seconds. This isn't really when you want to start waiting to find out where you're going, as Crojo's now is on the run, laying down some arc stars all over the place, understanding that he cannot take any more storm damage, so he's just pre-firing on to the players that were directly above him. And Perspicacity. I guess that's what it is. I'm just going to start calling. I'm going to have to get a little Google Translate for English.
Yeah. It feels bad, right, when you've been speaking it all your life, and you're like, well, I just don't know how to do it. I'm right there. I'm gonna give it a try later. I gotta get my confidence up for a little while. You mentioned that Dropouts have got to do the same thing, and they have pinged out they'd like to play the corner of the train station in front of them, with Rice Panda being forced to take some heals and watching other teams valk in on the spot that they want. The time has got to be soon, but I just don't know when they're going to end up making this move. Sniper Gang, again, are forced to take an engagement. Down to Clown coming up, playing from one of our locations. They've got a really nice spot to make work. I'm wondering if Dan Mantic is going to be able to find these shots, gets that triple take, and actually takes out a team. Down to Clown, though, have now found themselves without cover as they exit the train station, and unfortunately, Sniper Gang, due to the fence being that last tick that takes them out. Dropouts have managed somehow to make the late rotation in here, though, and that is a really nice story for them, since I was wondering whether they'd even be able to cross from the center of Fragment.
And sometimes this area is one of the more powerful spots that you can go and hold, but they are taking it from all angles right now as you see the Arc Star coming through. Gibby taking a ton of damage. They're going to have to advance with the bubble unless they have that one. That's going to be awesome tryhard. And the Meowdy squad as Garrett elects to go with the battery. The push is on. Only one more player remains on this team, and that is a fantastic push from this Meowdy squad. Again, I love the way that they're playing, the way that they're able to move around, take these team fights, take them very handily, and then start resetting. But Cody caught completely out of position right there.
That team shot could be the end of what has been a rampage. Zero marksmen. They've got a really nice position that they've usurped from Meowdy, and on this high ground, the unfortunate position that Meowdy are in is now not only on the low ground, but in the open. Vosky does almost go down, though, to some really nice coordinated fire. Zero marksmen have got to start playing with some serious awareness of the teams around them. We've still got 6 squads left. Who dropping players right now and actually going out, moving us down to 5. But things are still ever delicate in the balance as multiple teams can pressure this high ground as we tick towards the open ground of the next ring. The Ruse are taking a nice engagement right now with the mobile shield really covering them on the run up. Holidays managed to find a laser in the sky, and Perspicacity are down, as are Meowdy, moving us to the top 3.
Meowdy did pick up a handful of kill points. It's surprising that Cody, the one player who has the most awareness on the entire squad, especially playing on that Seer, was the one that caught off guard. It almost makes you wonder if he was going to check their backs too much while the other teammates were looting, as Zero Marksman takes control of this high ground on the bridge, looking like they are in perfect position to go and end this one. As this zone closes, they are still going to have a majority of that bridge to work with, and all of this team in the open area, all these teams are going to have to eventually fight, and that should give them the opening that they need to go and press forward.
The Ruse have got so much space to work with, and I do wonder whether they'll be able to force these two teams together. In the end game with 3 squads, a lot of it comes down to how much you can chunk a team, how delicious you can make them look to the other squads in the end game. And with Stanky taking a second, popping the bat and getting that Peacekeeper reloaded, there's a fight around the edge of this fence line that is just going to devolve into chaos. Newcastle wall comes down, but the Ruse have already taken so much damage that the Peacekeeper may not be able to defend them anymore. Race is down, and already, with all 3 of them wiped, the Ruse are gone just like that. Zero Marksmen have the reset. They've got this Newcastle wall to play around, and Papa Midget on 10 HP walks into the wall and goes down. Marksmen are still down to 2, and they can still do this with the car and the reload. They take that extra tick of damage from the fence, but they also take game 2.
I'm shocked that they stood on the fence the entire time and continue to take damage and get slowed by that. I don't think they realize, even though the enemy Newcastle has been taking out, they're still going to be taking damage throughout all of that. Papa Midget and their squad is able to close that one out. I mean, again, playing over towards the bridge gives them a huge advantage. You're able to see all of that action, and you said which team's going to look a little bit more tasty. The duo over towards the side look tastier for them. They come through, grab the kills, get the armor swap before the enemy team is able to come through and take them out, and they move forward with that win. And it's great positioning. Again, just coming over there, eliminating the team that was, I believe it was Meowdy that was over towards the side. They went, took their position, and if they didn't shut down Meowdy, Meowdy would have ran away with this one with like a 30-point win.
I mean, you said it just before. It's an incredible spot to have up on the height. Meowdy had everything they could possibly want, and their trademark aggression did put them in a position to be taken advantage of. I do wonder if that's going to be something they adjust for in the next game, or whether they say these kills are enough, because at the time that they did go out, they had at least 12 kills. They had enough points that they have a win, essentially. And I just wonder what they're prioritizing.
I don't think that they changed their playstyle at all. I think that they just need to stick around the Gibby a little bit more, because if the bubble goes down, then you're forced to kind of take that fight up close. And I feel like that's one of the reasons why they're, electing to go with Gibby, because of the fact that they are so strong in team fighting. And if you get that get out of the jail free card, we saw the use of the defensive environment. We saw some great bubbles end up going down. Everything that they did was extremely clean.
We've got the chance to break it down a little bit more, but before that, I want to hear from our big brain analyst. Let's hear what Yeso has to say about Game 2.
It's so big, I can't keep it contained in the studio. Dia, thank you. I appreciate the compliments. Big win there in game 2. I'm with T Squared there. I don't know why you're trying to snuggle up with the Newcastle wall there, as it kind of continues to zap you and slow you down. But ultimately, it didn't matter in the end. And now things just getting interesting with only 3 games to go here for tonight. And of course, teams should be looking at the kind of big picture here. This is, one of 20 games, not one of 5, because it is about, the whole here. But still, team's doing a good job. Let's take a look, though, at our champion squad here as Zero Marksman take the win. Not a huge performance in the kill department, but still a really solid showing here. They grab 8 kills, led by Vosky there with 3 of their own. Moonshine dropping almost 1,800 damage in this one. And Papa Midget wrapping up the entire squad there with those 4 assists. So a really nice team performance there from Zero Marksman, and a good job clutching up in that fight. They were able to take out the ruse and then get some very key armor swaps to get that quick reset for that third party that was on its way. And Zero Marksman take care of business. Let's take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance moment here for our second game of the night. And it is the finish here. And this is honestly a really good castle wall set down by Stanky here. But unfortunately, the shots are just really good from Zero Marksman. And then there it is, very key. Papa Midget with a couple of health, able to get the red Evo armor swap. And it is, as you notice right there, the tick from touching the castle wall that actually knocks the seer. Now, granted, Papa Midget wasn't long for this world with about maybe 10 total health to their name between his actual health and the red Evo that was almost completely cracked. So Papa Midget was not going to last much longer, but I think pretty sure he steps up, touches the castle wall there, and it knocks him. But it doesn't matter. It's okay. Vonsky, the rest of the squad, able to clutch up and grab the win there. So just really well played here by Zero Marksman. And the fact that they were able to very definitively and very quickly clean up the ruse here is what allowed them to get the win. Because if they take 2-3 seconds longer, they lose this fight so quickly because Papa Midget would get immediately knocked down. The other 2 players are then at a severe disadvantage, but their decisiveness in the fight with the ruse is what gives them that opening to take that fight and grab the win. So well played there for Zero's Marksman, and now we'll have to see where they stack up against Redeem and the rest of the lobby going into our 3rd game of the night. We're going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, we've got more qualifiers here tonight. Do want to remind you, if you're looking to pick up products from any of our partners here at Series E, you can see some of them at the bottom of your screen right now. Head over to walmart.com/esports arena. You can grab everything you need from them right over there, walmart.com/esports arena. We're going to a break. When we come back, we're getting right back into the fun.
2 games down, 3 to go as teams race to accumulate points in the Series E preseason 6 qualifiers. Let's take a look at those Mobile 1 leaderboards and see where the points are leading us up to this point. Meowdy, despite the fact that they haven't actually won a game yet, topping the leaderboards with 34 points.
I think that they're winning in these team fights. That's all the most important thing, Dia, because they are coming through looking like they are the most confident team here. And you could see it in the way that they take these fights, how handily they win them, the way that they're able to kind of go through the checklist of what do I need to do in order to win this fight? Who's going to be the entry fragger? Who's going to follow up with the support, with the damage? All the things that they need to go and do in terms of where is the weakness in the enemy team. You know, how can we extort that weakness? There's so many things that they're doing well. The only mistake that they made right there, again, was Cody being a little bit out of position. He's on the seer trying to check for scans here and there while his teammates end up looting. You always have to stay within kind of bubble distance from your team. So if he ends up taking damage, you can at least toss that bubble on top of him, let him reset, sit in the back of the bubble, and the rest of the teammates will kind of cover. But overall, great start for these teams that are sitting on the left-hand side of the leaderboard. On the other side, I would say probably Phase 1 Esports being in 20th place would be the most surprising thing that we see, because you know that's a team that's definitely a team that's capable of winning this thing or at least getting top 5.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at the fact that their early game 50-50s has gotten so out of control, and it begs the question whether they should just be relocating from Climatizer, because this isn't just about winning today's tournament and then moving on and restarting it all next week. All of these tournaments, all these preseason qualifiers, the 4 of them are going to stack together. Every point, every day counts. And to see 2 of the 5 games today already netting zeros gives you relatively little time to catch up, especially if you're wondering whether you'll even make it into the finals lobby next week.
Yeah, Dome is free, and a team that kind of comes to mind, I believe, is Snipe Down, Alberlily, and I can't remember who their third was, but they came through a couple weeks ago, I think 2 weeks ago, played in Series Z. They understood, hey, typically Dome is an area 50% of the time it's going to be open, right? So it's just one of those spots that gets forgotten about. You know, they don't really think that there's good loot there. Thing is I think Dome's a great spot to land. You get a beacon most of the time. You get free loot a majority of the time. The loot there isn't that bad. There's a replicator there. You're on the edge of the zone. Yeah, if the zone goes all the way towards the north, it's tough, but I like landing over towards Dome, so I think that's an extremely viable option. That's a great call out right there, Dia. If I'm the coach or if I'm one of the players on this team, I'm saying, let's go take a spot. We've already lost both of these 50-50s. We need to actually be able to play the game.
Let's find out how they adjust. Zero Marksmen, in the meantime, have just got to keep dialing it in. 4th place now after 2 games with a 22-point start to the day. Teams them open to be able to take that top spot away if they can just replicate those results. A lot of their points coming from the placements with with Team P going forward once again. They do lose one member to an early contest by Who over in Skyhook, and Great Sword jumping forward over the wall with this gravity lift is just going to continue the waterfall of damage from Who, chasing him down, finding Paps, and leaving just one member alive.
Wow, they didn't even get an opportunity to get a secondary gun right there. He said, you know what, I'm going in with the EVA 8. That's a great teammate, you know, because I would have been checking. I'm like, listen, I only have one gun, guys. I'm not going yet. I have gray armor. Give me 30 more seconds so I can do something about it. But right now, McLovin, he's running around solo right now. And, you know, that's not what McLovin wants to do. He typically needs his compadres around them. It's going to be a tough area right now that he's lost out on Dalton and Paps as we take a look at some of the other fights that could be taking place. Dome continues to be open. You saw the 50-50 taking place in Climatizer. Not only that, it's a 33-33-33, basically. You got 3 teams up there.
There is a ridiculous amount of crowding happening around here, and with Phase 1, I believe, already finding knocks earlier in the day, Climatizer's looking, I dare say, even less theirs with the arrival of more squads, with even more attention being paid towards them. They don't actually eat any shots on their exit for now, but Bach is the lucky one, and Rowdy Life does lose all of his shields. Pablo taking a fair chunk as well. Height is going to be really nice for the team with only 1 point so far, but you will cling to that 1 point with your very life as they move towards Epicenter. I believe another open POI.
Yeah, this is the team that you got to watch out for. After having bad performances in the first 2 games, they are going to be playing angry, and rightfully so. I mean, this squad has put up some serious numbers inside Series Z. I'm curious what their best placing overall is. That's going to be a good start, picking up that flatline purple mag. Not a lot of ammo, so you're going to have to find ammo for that one, but passed up a light magazine of his own. And right now, the loot is looking good. I mean, the armors are not the ideal situation as dropouts. They're going to get eliminated by Crows Joe and their squad. He's going to pick up the kill lead along the way, and Crows Joe has been playing out of his mind today. Definitely one of the MVPs in terms of players that he's been putting through, but he did pick up that mag. I was curious to see if he left that one. I like this combination. Flatline R99 should be pretty useful here.
Double automatic weapon does leave him with having to carry quite a bit of ammunition, but it seems to be working as, unfortunately, up towards that north, McLovin wasn't quite able to survive. We're down to 18 squads with Who picking up the kills on Team P. And Buff Aim Assist are running up that hill to see whether they can get some kills of their own. They've already got sight lines on this building and have closed an incredible amount of space, with Searles starting to fly out. I'm not sure whether even having full data on Buff Aim Assist is going to be worth much.
Great job of getting in there, getting rid of the Seer Ultimate, understanding that their Seer Ultimate is going to last longer. It's already in a better position. He taking a lot of damage on the outside. The Horizon Ultimate is going to go down, and this player is going to get back on over towards the high ground. Absolute psycho plays coming in from both of these teams as Lox is going to start out with the original knock, and Buff Aim Assist with the huge advantage now should be able to close this out.
Oh, nice swap to the 301 as well. That extra spray for damage makes the difference. And it's Matt gets taken out, but Team Revenge are here for the third party. Valka ult to the sky might just get you out, and it seems that it does. 2 members left fallen, has Team Revenge feeling pretty darn good about themselves with the amount of loot that they're able to pick up.
Yeah, and now there's another team that enters the fray. I mean, that fight took place fairly quickly, but you could see from the zone, this isn't just where zone number 1 is going to be. This is where zone number 2 is, plus the beacon. Not only that, Dia, this is one of the most popular endings inside of Tree. Multiple endings outside of these buildings over here. So by far one of the power positions when in terms of the checklists of what you're looking for as the bubble is going to go down. Great shots right there from Plugged Cube onto the back. You also have Trev Stacks play on over towards the high ground. If he would have got a little bit more aggressive, they would have been in a great spot, but instead they're going to allow this enemy team to get away on over towards the double buildings, over towards the side, and it doesn't look like from the player outlines that there's going to be any more squads over here. But the Lobo Ultimate over towards the outside could be a little bit of bait. Just kidding, there are multiple teams that's coming back in from the northwest side of Thermal Station, so this is a highly contested building right now, but they're doing a great job of staying alive. Meanwhile, Psycho is going to get knocked. That's going to be phase 1 continuing to heat up after, again, their poor start. Slept On. This is the 2 surprising teams right now, would be phase 1 and Slept On. You would not expect these teams to be outside of the top 15.
No, and with the fact that they are, Slept On's having a difficult time fighting a literally uphill battle into phase 1. Well, it is a trade so far. With Bach going down, Pablo's still got a limited amount of heals left, should be able to survive, I want to say 2 more minutes in this zone. But that timer is going to start ticking down further and further as they take damage, as they're forced to share heals with Rowdy Life, who's been chunked out as well. Missile Swarm doesn't quite hit, but there's no res going through. I do wonder whether you just leave Bach to try and pick up later. Pablo, whittled down to flesh, playing on the low ground, loses a teammate and gets jumped on by 2. Slept On, they win the fight, but Bo doesn't have the time to heal, and he's gonna go down as well. Mutually assured destruction for Slept On in phase 1.
Tough break right there. Again, no heat shields if you're new to competitive Apex, ALGS, Series Z. We all keep it to the same format. You're not able to find heat shields on the map. Mobile respawn beacons, they're okay, but if you're wondering, hey, why didn't he throw one down, or anything along those lines, hey, why haven't I even seen any? Well, they are banned from tournament competitive play. I think that's huge because we know that teams would just sit in the zone over and over again trying to milk as much placement as possible. But what a job there from both those teams winning that team fight, but unfortunately that zone damage, we know that it's been buffed. Has anyone happy about that zone being buffed? I'm not quite sure, Dia. Personally, it moves a little bit too fast. It takes a little bit too much damage, but it makes those team fights that much more exciting.
It's like adding another player into the game, really. I used to say that at Zone 3, the zone stops messing around, and that is still true, but it definitely is a lot more aggressive earlier on. Not nearly aggressive enough for Who, however, is taking a look at the north side of the map. They are taking their time walking in. They actually might be crouch walking, and with the speed at which they're moving, it has taken such a long time for a team that is basically uncontested to move their way into an empty landslide in Fragment West.
Now on board with another team on the outside of the zone, kind of looking in. ZXG with the team on over towards the left side of this high ground. One player gets a little bit too overextended, but I like this play from him because maybe you get a little bit too excited that he has overextended and you start to push a bad angle. And a lot of times you need one person to kind of entry frag and take that off angle. It looks like he's found a really good rock with the high ground, and now the push is coming through. Oh my aggressiveness from Risen Rose. The bubble comes down at the perfect time. That's how you push a team.
That is very rare that we see that level of coordination, especially in open qualifiers. But the instant jump and deletion really puts Risen Rose in the best spot. They've already got 2 kills now. And with 1 member left on the defending team, I don't think that we're going to be seeing them anytime soon. A removal from the situation by this Valkyrie leaves LTC with 1 member left somewhere on the map. And it's going to be a difficult journey as these banners will not be recovered today. Meowdy setting us up for even more of that good stuff. Lack of banner recoveries, ZXG are gone, and it's courtesy of Meowdy.
And if that play doesn't excite you, I don't know what will, D. I'm ready to go search some duos with you after this cast after watching that, honestly, because that was just such great coordination. And it looked like just a straight-up pro team coming through here with the way that they did it. The execution level was perfect, but the timing, Dia, was just phenomenal. It was like they completely caught off the enemy team off guard, and they were able to capitalize and punish that. Smart idea to get rid of all of these caustic barrels because you want to create different opportunities for your teammates to be able to push through and come through the doors when they absolutely need this one. And they're just fighting this out as a duo, so Team Revenge not in a good spot right now.
And these barrels, again, acting as an addition to the team, doing so much damage for Team Revenge, although it's not enough. Meowdy end up taking them down and actually do lose Prob Garrett in the meantime, I believe to the gas damage. So as he gets picked back up, he is going to have full shields, which is a nice bonus to what was an otherwise very unfortunate death.
And it looks like there was a charge rifle coming through from the window too, which you knew that if there was a charge rifle, it was a little bit of a long range type of scenario. And they are going to be able to get back up, as you said, and reset. But this is the building that's seen so much action because the zone typically continues to pull back here. Seer ultimates are going to go down. Great job from the Observer team to go and show us exactly what's going on. Makes you really feel like Meowdy is going to be able to push this third party if they're able to heal up as fast as possible. It's already 2 knocks coming in from Risen Rose, though.
Lambo and Impact down. Risen Rose again. Give us that trademark coordination. Clip are gone, and we're going to see a clash of the Titans here. Risen Rose have been on it today, but Meowdy have kept it going for the last 2 games. This frag-heavy playstyle, and in the air end up finding Flesh, frying, but not quite getting that knock. Cody packs it down underneath this building, getting a second to heal up. Meowdy continue that W key play style. Cody's got to stay with the team, especially in a lobby as rife with third parties as this.
And you watch this team play, and it just screams Series Z. The way that they're able to just showcase their skills, but, you know, not a lot of people know who they are. If you're really ingrained in Apex, if you search ranked consistently, you've seen these names before. But this is what they're about. They play this game so much. They're very feared in the ranked lobbies. They don't have as much scrim experience as other teams, but they have what it takes to play at a really, really high level. And you're seeing that right now from immediately getting ready and canceling the reses. Cody's been insane on this Seer. Every single move that he's done, besides a little bit of an overextension in game number 2, has been textbook.
And I tell you, I cast my mind back to just last season as we were approaching Pro League. In Split 1, last minute had Garrett on their team, and though they showed up quite aptly last minute to the qualifiers and weren't quite able to get enough points in one day, they gave us the performance of a lifetime. These guys are fraggers through and through, and it is a joy to watch them make their way into this next zone, make their way further into this game, and likely come up against Redeem next, to have taken that really smart spot that I think Series E has definitely contributed to them knowing right up here on the fence line, a really flexible position with a lot of cover is now in the hands of Redeem.
Yeah, that spot has always been a viable spot going back to even the Watson meta. It got even stronger once it was kind of Caustic, Gibby, and Valkyrie. Those were the spots that, you know, if you have a Caustic over there, you're most likely not going to get pushed because you can't really see where the barrels are going to be placed. But we don't have time to talk about that because Fully Torqued is fully sending over towards this squad. The flatline shot's looking great for your free XP, but Down to Clown is in the vicinity, avoiding where that Seer ultimate's coming from. There's the Newcastle wall coming down here very shortly for Holden. Ping is going down to where they need to set up and take down these final players, and they are all over the map right now.
Really impressive group up from Down to Clown as well. It was a pincer maneuver with the team from above, who were just now coming around the corner and picking up some of the straggling kills that were left behind, with these two squads coordinating on the death of one, who do get to retake this typically power position, but in a ring that isn't pulling here. High ground has to be their focus. That and the balance between the two sides of this mountain that zones can pull to.
With the replicator there too, it's going to be a pretty powerful spot if you have crafting materials, and they do. So if they can get these kills, they're going to have as many resources as humanly possible. And with the zone kind of closing in behind them, they understand the scenario. But there's a random seer that got introduced to the party, and it makes you wonder if they're going to go in for the third party after seeing that one take place. Maggie doing a great job of laying down the queue. They have the players in their sights, as well as Vize's priming this thermite, and if that connects, they are going to be burning to death. But instead, it does not. Just provides a little bit of visual clutter. They also have the car with... Oh, great Maggie ball.
Nice wrecking ball!
Are you kidding me? Vizzy's playing out of his mind on Maggie right now.
Soviets down already, and who still have their full three-man? Newcastle wall in front is going to get decimated by this riot drill as well. The Arc Star post-mortem is going to do absolutely nothing, and Tag NA trying desperately for this third party, still end up on the low ground, are still quite literally fighting an uphill battle, but they've taken down Great Sword. That's the Gibby. What can they do next? Vize's down as well, and Tag NA, they're making it happen from this low ground, taking out the best parts of this roster. Cody's down on the other side, and Meowdy are actually making their argument for why they should be in the top 7 with a res on Cody and a quick escape.
Cody's going to have time to pop this Phoenix kit. They don't know how many teams are actually over here. Again, without Valkyrie, they need to go and fight through this. I mean, they're going to try to go around, but they have 28 seconds. It's going to be tough. Right now, you have a team that's on the outside. It's just a solo, though. So Zanu's just going to drop down, understands the situation. He could fly out, but this play could end up being an all-or-nothing play for Meowdy, right, Dia? Because they know that there's one team over there. They don't know how many teams are on this side, so they have to continue to push up blindly, use Cody to try to find out what the angles are, and this is what I was worried about for Meowdy. They now have to fight a team immediately.
And this alone, with the defensive bombardment right on top of them, can stall them out to the point that you never even get to see this next zone. Rings starting to close now. No relocation possible. It's forward or die, and the W key for Garrett is going to only work for so long. Bubble is out. It's gone. Gravity Lift has got to get them into the zone as the zone is doing work for the team ahead of them. Out comes the black hole. Up the Gravity Lift. The second one we go. And Shrev Stacks is gone. Meowdy, from a health disadvantage, are winning this fight. An amazing flank from Tryhard. As with a Peacekeeper, Kapub, he takes out Risen Rose and moves Meowdy to the top 6.
Is he going to be able to crawl out of the zone right there? If he does, and they win this game, that is absolutely insane. Awesome tryhard with the play. You know, throw out the play with Crozo did in game number 1. That was the play of the series so far. Ridiculous, as Mooman's got his patent wingman in the back pocket. They're looking for some blood underneath the bridge over here, trying to find the thirst onto that player. But at this point, he's getting hit from all different angles. That's going to be Tag continuing to put in some serious pressure as 3 players actually get located down below. One of them fairly weak, but Mooman needs a res, and it doesn't look like right now they have any opportunity to get on over towards him. Maybe they're going to be able to throw that Horizon Q down, and they do get Cody back up. A 2-man squad over here for Meowdy. What a play from Awesome Tryhard. There's no way they should have won that team fight.
We've seen Redeem pull off crazier things. With Meowdy right next door to another squad, they still are looking for fights, even as a two-man, even without the safety of this Gibraltar bubble. A legendary push into the zone is going to be followed up with an even more legendary addition of KP. Buff aim assists, the last player gets taken out, and we continue to move ourselves forward. 5 squads left, so many placement points, and Redeem fighting up on the bridge. Tyler's down. Sniper Gang are out, and Redeem move us into the top 4. They own the high ground. Can they finish this game?
Yeah, Mooman with a little bit of an overextension right there. Both of his teammates were on the bridge. They weren't able to get him back up. But look at the position that Meowdy finds himself in. Yes, they are just duking this out as a duo. But at this point, Awesome Tryhard is, the equivalent to a full 3-man squad, the way that he played that. Can we just recap how he did that? The Horizon Q into the black hole behind them. Takes the enemy Horizon Q, slides down and gets the extra speed boost off of the train track. One clips one player, double pumps the second one, and they end up taking that fight. There's no way they should have won that fight. Not only that, Cody ends up crawling out of the zone. And even though Cody got knocked in game 2, Dia, you saw his crawling skills, right? The team that knocked him, they were looking for him all over the place. That dude is built different.
I'm praying to the Mobile One gods that we see that as our high performance moment, because my lord, we're going to be thinking about it the rest of this game, even as the final ring is going to start closing 1 minute away with 4 teams left. Transatlantic Gaming, who have had a really good game, their best so far, sit in what many would consider the god spot, with Redeem in yet another place of power up here on the bridge.
Great shots there from Redeem. We have our number 1 and 2 teams in this lobby right now, and they're both shooting at each other. You can see Tag is inside of this trailer area. Eventually, Redeem's going to have to make their move, and it makes you wonder, how are they going to do this? It has to come around Joey Blackout and his Newcastle wall. So in terms of how you're going to play this, you have a duo on the opposite side. You have a solo directly beneath you, and these are the 2 teams of 3. The one team that you're looking at on your screen, and the team inside of that blue trailer. Now, both these teams in first and second are the teams that will have to move. Tag's going to be in a great spot over here. So Joey Blackout needs to figure out where he wants to lay that Newcastle wall, and that's exactly what the pings currently happening on your screen are for.
Meowdy are measuring their own decisions. Remember, they don't have any defensive capabilities, so where Redeem's tenacity in this game will be determined by where that Newcastle wall is, Meowdy don't have the same privilege, and instead are going to move into a really good spot for the end game, but also a position that Redeem up here are envying. Already taken down Awesome Tryhard. This could be the go button, but they're keeping their eyes on Tag right now, not wanting to be shot in the open space.
Really smart play to use the Arc Stars beforehand.
Wow.
Huge
Go,
damage
go, go,
coming
go,
down.
go,
The
go.
black hole follows in immediately after that. You still have the solo directly behind them, but while that's happening, they're getting distracted, and Meowdy is getting the res over towards the side onto Awesome Tryhard. Cody's going to take on over towards the sky. Joey Blackout goes down. Crojo is alive still and fully healthy, but that was a little bit of a mistake that they weren't able to clean that up fast enough because Meowdy's still fully healthy.
And Redeem are down 2 players now. Meowdy still have the high ground. They still have everyone up, and the squads are eliminating themselves. Redeem are gone, and Meowdy from this height are going to be able to take out yet another squad. Vermouth are out, and Meowdy could win this as a 2-man with the damage from above. The Havoc does the work, and Meowdy take game 3 in style.
Meowdy is making their names known, the statement game of a lifetime right there. We've seen some amazing plays coming out from duos. Awesome Tryhard, the MVP of the night so far with that Horizon play. There's no way they should have got out of that fight over towards the high ground, going on over towards Tree. Again, the one clip into the double pump shotgun. Cody crawling back on over, avoiding a little bit of that Arc Star damage, being able to help get the res over there. And then everything kind of aligned. You had a feeling as soon as that big damage came through onto Tag, that, okay, one of 2 things is going to happen. They're either going to mop this team immediately and then shift focus over towards the side onto where Meowdy's at, but they didn't do that. They came through and let the batteries happen. There was a little bit of a stagger in terms of how they were going to go and push that one, and Meowdy ends up winning a game that they shouldn't have out of a crazy position.
And this was an insane game for them to do it in as well. So much blood was spilled over in the southern end of this map, and unfortunately, off towards the north, we had some premature expiries as well, with Slept On and Phase 1 taking each other out of the game so early. These are two teams that we're expecting to provide big competition to the rest of the lobby that are doing the work for the rest of the lobby. A big shout out, however, to Risen Rose, who I'm reminded by this replay had an incredibly coordinated game.
Yeah, they really did. It was so impressive to watch just the flying Gibby come down over here. The fact that they didn't care about that Seer ultimate, they were so aggressive. That wrecking ball that came through was amazing. But this was all taking place with Meowdy on the opposite side of this choke over here. And they had a decision to make. Are they going to push through? And realistically, they should have been punished for the decision to wrap all the way around. If you get put in a spot where here's the amazing black hole that came in from Tag, and Tag was able to maneuver forward. Now, we saw them getting on over towards the blue trailer. That's probably where they would have been, and they would have had their full three-man squad on the Meowdy side. But you don't want to do what Meowdy did because for a couple of reasons. You don't want to be in a position where you're forced to take that fight immediately, and you saw how much zone damage they were taking. But because they were able to make that decision together as a team, full send it, bubble came down, the Horizon Q came through at the right time, and then with their amazing talent, they were able to fight themselves out of position that was at a huge disadvantage. So you can't really ask for anything better than that performance, especially from Awesome Tryhard there on Horizon.
It's October, we're coming up on the 31st, and it was the time of the surprising. I look forward to seeing how Yeso breaks this down, this insane game that Meowdy just took away, before we pop into our next two.
What a finish there from Meowdy, and that's twice tonight we've seen the two-man able to grab the win. Though I would say this game not as tough for at least the end game in that final fight, not as tough as Redeem had to battle through in game number 1 of the day, but Meowdy still looking really strong, and unfortunately, T-Squared breaking it down there. Redeem getting that wonderful black hole down on top of Tag, laying down all of those nades, doing absolute numbers, but the problem was the finish was not decisive enough. They did not react and try to follow up on that ultimate. It seemed like they were really hoping they were going to get the knocks with the rest of those nades, and unfortunately they didn't, and that meant that Tag got the opportunity to get some bats off, which really cost Redeem as they go out in 4th place. Well, let's look at Meowdy and how they were able to get things done in this game. They pick up 10 kills in this one, a 22-point performance, and it's really Awesome Tryhard that we can say so much about. 5 kills and 4 assists, the most damage on the team, just short of 1,500. And if we take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance moment, you can see an incredible play from Awesome Tryhard, really living up to their name a little bit, in a good way. But this is the chase before top 6 that T-Squared was talking about. It's one grab lift into another as the enemy Horizon throws it down. Awesome Tryhard with some good shots here, able to break the armor. Doesn't get the finish, but it doesn't much matter because this clean slide into the one clip with the R301 and the 2 tap there with the PK to finish the kills. And if this doesn't go as cleanly as it does for Awesome Tryhard, you may not even see Meowdy win this game because they possibly get turned on and finished off with Cody already down here to the zone. So it really would have been very, very bad. But Awesome Tryhard absolutely clutches up here to keep Meowdy in the game, and it's a big reason why they were able to take a dub here in game number 3. And with just 2 more to go, Meowdy have been looking really good. They've been stacking points so far. They were in 1st place going into game 3 despite not having won a game, and they're really going to pad that lead here with this 22-point performance. So well played from Meowdy. They are absolutely just stacking points on our Mobile 1 leaderboard with the way they're playing here today. Redeem also important to mention with another solid game. They're finishing in that top 4. They're going to be feeling comfortable in 2nd place, still with some more work yet to be done. We are going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, still 2 more games to go tonight before we wrap up our first night of qualifiers. Do want to remind you folks all once again, remember it is cumulative points all across our qualifiers. So we want to make sure if you are playing tonight and you haven't already done so, make sure you are signed up, registered for tomorrow's qualifiers as well as the final 2 weeks from now. If you haven't already signed up, sign up already. esportsarena.com. Head over there. Make sure you're in for the qualifiers. You cannot just show up on one night. You've got to perform across the entire quals. So head over to esportsarena.com today. Make sure that you sign up. We're going to a break right now. When we come back, 2 more games to go.
Listen up. Esports should be for everyone. That's why Esports Arena's launched our own tournament series called Player vs. Everyone, where you get to compete at multiple different titles, multiple different locations, whenever you want. Just watch this and check it out. I believe we have the best Apex Legends PvE player. Oh, I think he's supposed to break in the record. Best Apex Legends player in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Whoa, whoa, Tyler, hold up a second. We got someone out here in Salt Lake about to smash the record. What'd I tell you? Salt Lake City every time.
PvE has something for everyone. Here in Miami, we absolutely crush it at Mario Kart. Come to the final part. Oh, there we go. And that's going to be the top score for the day. See if you can beat that on the leaderboard.
The day's not over yet, Luke. Here at Esports Arena Cincinnati, we have somebody who's going to beat the Mario Kart record. So close. But the good news is you can always try again.
That's PvE in a nutshell. So find your nearest Esports Arena because it could be you atop the leaderboard. See you later.
With our 2 games left to go, and already of the 3, 66% of them have been won by a duo. So let's see what craziness happens in the rest of today. Before we do, let's take a look at those Mobile 1 leaderboards and find out what on earth is going on with Meowdy at 56 points. They topped the leaderboard, T-Squared.
Rightfully so. When you watch this team start their fights and the way that they just constantly play aggressive, it's awesome to watch and awesome try hard. That's the guy to look out for. Really, the Horizons have to be those entry fraggers for so many reasons. You have Valkyrie who can come through and fly around and distract, but between the black hole and the displacement that you can do, and then the Arcstar follow-up, there's so many opportunities with the grav lift and the high ground. That's why you're seeing Horizons making a huge difference in the ALGS in Series Z. We saw it with MJ on Team Mike and Ike, how he was almost able to put his team on his back, give his team confidence. It's a full team effort, don't get me wrong, but Horizon is that player, is that entry fragger, is that main slayer that you're seeing in Apex Legends right now for those reasons, because her kit's so strong, and if you're able to utilize that kit, everything about her is great. The passive with the moonwalk that you're able to do, or the moon slide, the Q with the grav lift, and again, that black hole, everything about Horizon screams go and make a play. And Awesome Tryhard is making plays. Meowdy's making plays. They need to continue to follow it up. And Dia, you called it before we started today. The teams that really have great team fighting skills, those are going to be the teams that stand out. And Meowdy's definitely standing out in terms of that.
So far above the rest as well. Their consistency in terms of kills has been second to none. And with them finally picking up a win last game, despite really good performances leading up to that, we get to see them again coming in off the back of that performance with some of their biggest competition having a difficult time today. We talked about this already, but watching teams like Phase 1 and Slept On eliminate each other simply can't be happening if they want a shot at becoming the next Series E sponsored team.
Well, you also have the 50-50s that they were dealing with too, and it just seems like the routes are not really working out right now. And that could start, with the POI that they're landing at. It could start with so many different things, but they're just not winning as handily as teams like Meowdy are, because very rarely are they losing a player. And whether that's the Gibby that's coming in clutch, or whether it's Awesome Tryhard taking flight and just lasering people with the R301, you have to be able to win your fight, assuming that you're going to get third-partied immediately, because the majority of the time you are. And there's still 2 games remaining, but you look at the amount of points that Meowdy was able to put up They're looking so good. And Redeem is another team that has been through the ringer of Series E. It's the former Team Tyson squad. They know what it takes to go and get a dub. And it's going to be exciting to see this kind of battle happening between these two squads, because slept on the way that they've played today, they need to get a big game under their belt here very soon, or that's going to start hurting your confidence a little bit. You do not want to fall down 50 points to one of these teams, because very rarely are these teams going to struggle.
It's absolutely true. As slept on, I mean, being able to stabilize mid-tournament is going to be an important skill set for them as they continue forward in their professional careers. For so many of these players, like those on Meowdy, they've had the opportunity to do that already, to practice that skill set. Let's see what ends up going on for them in the remainder of their games. As ZXG fight their own 50-50, though, the downfall of so many teams, their 17th place remains to be pushed forward. They've only got 6 points so far. Nice 3 would round that out real well, but the Arc Stars don't connect, and instead, Ordinances come right back at them. Already, we've got some members of Slept On falling as well elsewhere on the map, while the battle with ZXG by Countdown rages on. A Spitfire from above, finally cracking the shields.
And a great job, even though they don't have really the head glitch here. You can see Slumped, and big flank with the triple take coming in from Rowdy, and Slept On ends up getting eliminated. Rowdy's still in the vicinity, phase 1 going down, and we just highlighted these two squads. And Dia, you hit the nail on the head again in terms of what is going on. It's the POIs, it's the landing spots. They just haven't been able to get their footing.
And unfortunately for them, it's another 50-50 contest that now has got to seriously, as you alluded to, be hurting their confidence as well. Shifting landing spots happens to everyone, but losing all of those contests is really dealing the death blow to the mental, with Buff Aim Assist definitely not feeling the repercussions of that. Instead, looking for some early, easy kills of their own with squads that have already been taken down to 2/3, half of their full power.
C. Davis, nice use of the jetpack into the Horizon Q in the grab lift. As you can see, Rice Panda, the first player to get knocked on this squad, and the hunt is on for the remaining players over here. And Redeem has looked good over towards the Countdown side, and I like this idea. They haven't really felt pressure from this Lava Fisher team, so they said, you know what, let's pressure them and see what squad this is to begin with, because this is going to be a secluded fight. 9 times out of 10. The only team that's going to come back here is Landslide, and very rarely do you see a team rotate Landslide to Lava Fisher unless the zone's going to be back here. Maybe a Trials team, but Trials doesn't, it's too long of a POI to go and loot because you have your teammates over towards Skyhook as well. So Redeem's able to recognize the timing of this. They get their armors, which are typically going to be, again, 2 blues and a purple, just like they did right now. It's a very fast POI to loot, get out of there, and you could be over here before Zone 1 starts closing, and right now they caught one team off guard. And we've seen this time and time again when we look at the minimap. The team that is landing over here is kind of posturing towards the Countdown area, and they seem to be a little bit split. So Redeem's able to take advantage of that and pick up some early KP. I wouldn't be surprised to see them do that in the next game, go from Countdown right to Lava Fisher, and try to pick on this squad.
It's an underrated part of the game, but just being able to have an efficient loot path in the early game has already really helped Redeem be able to pick up these consistent points. I wonder if Spire, will lose a player on the way down. A really unexpected turn of events for them. But Spire do continue on the push forward, may be able to find a continued knock. Shield crack on the bottom in the favor of Matt, as he's got a knockdown shield in his favor, ends up dropping down with the 99, whips out that flatline at close range, and gets a knock, but not in time. Spire Esports are gone, and Buff Aim Assist, they're the ones with the timing correct, moving in to finish this third party. Dropouts have gone down at the same time, simultaneous to all of this, while Lox bites the dust to the black hole.
Yeah, great push here from Buff Aim Assist, though. They should be able to close this one out. Lox does get thirsted. Makes you wonder, is there another team over here? Could there be multiple squads? Sniper Gang's out. Perspicacity is out.
Nice.
Multiple teams are getting dropped left and right here. The aggression in game number 4, excuse me, is really starting to pick up, because you can see in that top left, people are understanding the math right now. They need to start full sending. They need to start playing aggressive, and you expect even more aggression going into game number 5.
Nice moves from Zainu as well, really using the verticality that he's got in his advantage. since we've got a respawn that's going to be necessary, he's already started on that plan, while Team Revenge are working on a recovery plan of their own, and Redeem are just continuing to get aggressive. Joey Blackout's down, but in the final 1v1, it gets turned on its head again, and Z Davis has got to play the hero now, or we could see Redeem falling way too early. He's getting beamed and playing around this mobile shield almost doesn't go his way, with ZXG finally down and Redeem barely alive.
Little bit of a mistake here going for Crojo first. Definitely want to go for Joey Blackout, but either way, great clutch coming through from Z Davis. Great use of the knockdown shields, using the automatic weapons as well. Zone's going to pull over towards the southern side. It's going to be over towards that launch site area, and you can see Meowdy making their way down there. They have two teams that they could potentially pick on. Looking on over towards Thermal Station, still have Loxkey and Zanu in a great spot. Nobody's in the area to try to take down Redeem, so they're going to be okay on the rotation coming in from the west side. And things should temporarily slow down here unless Meowdy wants to pick up the pace.
I'm hoping that they do. We know that there are already teams in this area. I believe it was Revenge that we saw earlier with Cody taking a breather, figuring out what we're going to do. I was hoping for the flank, where we do get that taste of Revenge, who are down on the low ground in a, I will say, much easier to hold position, despite the fact that they are one of the teams that are running Loba and not Caustic in this case.
Had an opportunity to look at the replay because we're about 30 seconds staggered on the stream, and I have the stream pulled up, recapping kind of what Z Davis's play was. I love the way that he was able to maneuver around the rocks. He takes on over towards the high ground, hits the PK shot, and then immediately starts collapsing. He was very, very split from his team when that fight started. Crojo got 2 of those knocks, and then Z Davis is able to come through and clean up, and that is by far the most important fight that we've seen in this particular game, number 4, because that's the team in second place trying to catch up, trying to redeem their spot back into Series E after being Team Tyson. 49 points. They're only a couple of team kills away from being able to catch up, maybe some extra placement points along the way, but now they're going to start making their way back on over towards the zone. Skyward Dive is going to be coming up here very shortly, and they have an opportunity to still foot it in or just take to the skies and see exactly what the rest of World's Edge really starts to look like. But again, Z Davis understanding the situation. He watched Joey Blackout and Crojo clutch it out in game number 1. He has to be able to clutch it up in his own rights, and he found his moment in game number 4.
I'm glad that he did as well. I was noticing him engaging on Twitter with the I coached them the whole time. Don't worry, it was me. So now he's got 2 shining moments under his belt. Not only can he coach you to victory, he can also carry you out of that team fight when it's really necessary. As they move down, though, I respect that Redeem have been able to press this advantage that they have over the other teams in terms of their coordination, their loop path, their timing, and turn it into a higher paced game, one that they're recognizing they absolutely need if they want to be able to top Meowdy today.
Here's the push coming in from where Meowdy made their play originally in the previous game. Z Davis trying to entry frag in there. He's got to be careful. You can see how staggered everybody is. Joey Blackout was so far away. You definitely need to stay shoulder to shoulder with your team in this type of instance, but this could be an opportunity just to get to the back of these buildings and Skyward Dive.
But Famousists are getting pretty aggressive on this, and they've spotted the Valkyrie out on the side. As long as you know where Valk is, as long as you can collapse on her, you can keep the team from moving anywhere, and Zainu is absolutely doing that, has the backup of Lox as well, and just like that, Z Davis is wiped off the face of the map. Arcstar not going to be able to answer back, as Buff Famousists get the shield bat off, and instead it's Crojo versus Lox, Horizon versus Horizon, and it's Lox that goes down! Crojo winning the 1v1, with Buff Famousists scrambling now to recover. They pop in and end up taking out Redeem with a flank from Key and Zainu.
What a push. Again, that started with Ever just being a little bit too staggered. They had an opportunity again to get to the back of the buildings and Skyward Dive. Instead, Buff Famousists just flexes on them, pushes. Remember, this is the team that won the very first team fight of the day today. And typically, if you win that first 50-50, you're going to get confidence in your team fights going forward. That's what they showed right there with the confidence to go push in onto the team in the number 2 spot and say, hey, you know what? We're going to try to catch up to you guys. Tough break right there for Redeem, but much needed for Buff Famousists.
I couldn't agree more. This is a day that I think should have gone their way just as much as we were expecting slept on, because Buff Famousists did have a really good day yesterday in the ALGS qualifiers, and while we were expecting them to have just as good of a performance, if not better, in the Series E quals. They've taken a step back largely, and with their team fight skills, haven't been able to convert into placements. I like that they've started off with that team fight again, and we're hoping that Vermouth can join them, but right now it's looking pretty impossible, already having to use both the ultimate and the attack from Wraith. Retrocity still alive, but not looking like it's going to be that way for long. The Ruse are right behind you, and Wraith Portal only takes you to your doom.
Not quite sure what a ruse is. Maybe it's a kangaroo, but we know there's no Australian teams in here, just North America. But Fully Torque coming through with the longbow. Haven't really seen any of the longbow today. It's been that like no one has used it over the charge rifle, over the 30-30, over the scout, but it still puts in work. You have that skull piercer on there, the extended mag. So if you're in a good position, definitely a viable weapon overall, especially when you're posturing inside of the zone, picking people up from the high ground. There's going to be two teams in the area, so this is your reason to kind of move forward, but that's why if you miss your shots, just a little bit of an unforgiving weapon, still able to connect on 50-50 there, and get that Evo shield charged up on over towards purple. Now, this is the opportunity that Fully Torqued has been looking for. See, they've understood the assignment. The zone is going to close. All these teams from the northwest area have to move, and if they're not using Valkyrie, they're going to be in a pretty bad spot.
And as long as you can maintain height here, Longbow's going to get a lot of value, being able to pick teams off as they try and enter, but Fully Torqued are split up a bit, and I'd like to see them be able to group up, put up this solid defense, and even have some more contributors to the long-range damage, so that they are able to convert it into kills. Otherwise, we're going to see them arrive in the end game, a very close circle with a very long-ranged weapon.
Curious where some of these squads in the priority positions are, like Meowdy over towards the southern side, to get a great look of the flying camera to see exactly who's going to be trying to make the rotation and who, because they do have this Valkyrie, are in a pretty good spot in terms of if they do want to go and rotate. But a lot of times what you're trying to do is gobble as much real estate up and then make your play instead of just hitting the skyward dive and being forced into a poor spot. Double black holes coming from both of these teams. Zero marksmen are winners of game 2, looking like they have a team on the ropes. Holiday, the first person to go down. PK shots not connecting for as much as they were hoping for, but it doesn't matter. Papa Midget able to close it down, and the Ruse get dropped in 10th spot, picking up a couple of placement points, but not the performance that they were looking for, especially because we know how talented that team is. It's been a very stacked lobby indeed. I think that we are a little bit surprised. You know, I don't want to speak for both of us, but when you look at these teams on paper, you weren't really expecting this level of play. And now you're starting to see why they're here. All of these teams have what it takes, and we're seeing some great individual play, some great teamwork from some unexpected team names.
Is one of the fascinating things about the timing of both ALGS and Series E is that so many squads, as the caliber of Series E has continued to go up season after season, get to push themselves in both competitions, getting so much more exposure to teams both at their level and, in the case of Series E, above their level. And so, with the fact that we've got so many entrants that, like you said, sometimes seemed like they were going to come out of nowhere, they're even more prepared to play at this highest level of Apex because they've had so much more exposure in both of these competitions simultaneously. It's amazing to watch the phenomenon happen in front of us as the Apex scene as a whole continues to benefit from the increased knowledge and mechanical ability of its players.
It's a great point as we see a little bit of a composition change. They got off of Caustic and switched on over to Seer, which I feel is a super smart move. Loba is definitely going to be viable in certain situations. We've seen a handful of teams like ESA, Liquid. They've used Loba at a very, very high level. Hopefully they're going to be able to find some loot as the rest of these teams continue to fight and take themselves down. Down to Clown, looking like they're down to push here very shortly. They have the Seer ultimate down. Arcstar's coming in from behind as well. And it looks like everyone is completely split up on this squad without the battery usage from Soviet. He's just going to go elect for cells, which is a very risky play as the rest of his teammates want to continue to push up.
Down to Clown, looking pretty good right now. Dan does get peeked by the Peacekeeper, though, and it is their downfall, with Prophet falling as well. Fully Torqued are now on the push, and Down to Clown, for all that they have had a pretty good day so far, are starting to lose control, and it is lost just like that. They're out as Zainu picks up the last kill, and Buff Aim Assist, now they start getting going. They get that data that we had already, that there's a pretty low player on the inside here. Zainu even tanks the zone to find the first knock on Zark, and as Key goes in, the melee whiffs, but he's still alive, most crucially in the face of that Peacekeeper, and Buff Aim Assist have got the flank angle.
They realized they could shoot the fence, right? Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure everyone knew exactly how Watson works. Just kidding. But you had a feeling that the previous team that ended up getting taken down, once they elected to go for the cells instead of the batteries there, they had 2 or 3 batteries in their back pocket. As Fully Torqued looks like they're about to get dropped here very shortly, and they do. They go out in 8th place. Sometimes it's as little as communication as saying, I'm healing, but you don't say I'm slow healing, or you just kind of have that timing of when to take the fight. Standing in the middle of the open at the top of the staircase with the wingman not shooting the fence just allows you to be outplayed so hard. You saw the double PK pump come around the corner. Little minor mistakes like that, especially going for the cells instead of the batteries, are going to end up costing you. You're able to win that fight. You know the enemy team's going to have batteries in that instance. Now we move on to our final 7 squads, all full 3 stacks too, so we'll find out who's going to get the advantage here as zone number 4 closes and we get the reveal on zone number 5.
10 kills already for Buff Aim Assist. They are looking good in our final zone, especially with this fence line, to be able to play a fence line that is barely not in ring next. An interesting conundrum for a squad that was otherwise positioned really well. They can't afford to move early, not into all the open ground ahead of them. But what they do have to do is make sure that the teams around the sides have got to move first. I look forward to seeing how they'll continue to play this as everyone is forced to make their exodus from launch site at the same time. 4 teams in there. Transatlantic Gaming, the only ones with a little bit of playable area to the north.
And this serial goes down a little bit too early, right? They're terrified of the team that's directly above them. Escape is the player that switched off of Caustic and went on over to Seer. And typically you want to toss that right as the zone's closing, so now you don't have the opportunity to go and get pushed, because in terms of the fence line being out, this is the spot that they're going to want to take, Dia. And you're correctly assuming the right thing in terms of what Revenge is going to have to do, right? I mean, there's nothing that the enemy team can do besides go and Valkyrie out. And where are they going to Valkyrie out? So you have to think a little bit further ahead here. And Team Revenge most likely is going to get sent on here in the next 10 seconds.
They've got their eyes on it as much as we do. Carlon setting up for the push, trying to grab some shield swaps in the meantime to keep his team and himself topped up in this RV, the place that they have to defend. Meowdy are making their push in, though. We talked about the grand exodus from launch site, and here it goes. They've got the flank on Transatlantic Gaming and already take down Flubbed in a mere half second. With first blood drawn, chaos is going to start breaking out, and Cody sends himself forward, learning from the past and keeping the pace up. Claybird is gone. Who are down? And Meowdy gets the chance to reset, turning around, taking out Tag, and with Cody on 1 HP, finally popping in to defend their Seer. We should have one more team in the area, but with Clip gone, that might be it. That could be all the teams from launch site.
Buff Aim Assist looking like they want to try to play a little bit of this fence line. There is a corner, a sliver of it in. They're all going to have to be stacked on top of each other. But I love the way that Meowdy goes around and takes these fights. It's like an order of operations, like a math problem over here. As you can see, Team Revenge posturing up, getting ready to potentially toss these arc stars in. You can see the scan coming through. Big scan from the Seer. Escape looking like he wants to go and toss some arc stars in with Carlone as well, and they're able to connect on that, but they're getting shot at from the launch site area, and yeah, yeet! If that nade connects, it's going to do huge damage. Only 21. I feel like you should have gave him a little bit more. It looked like it was a stylish grenade to me. One team playing as a duo. Whoa. There goes the Horizon send. And this is the power of Horizon in these instances in the team fights. No one shooting the black hole there for sticks. Multiple teams starting to push out. Meowdy senses a weakness coming out over towards the outside. And now we're in a 3-on-3 situation with Meowdy having all of the action in front of him.
0 marksmen are already gone. We're into the top 3. Meowdy controlling the high ground. This is how they won game 3. And it might be how they win game 4. Cody loses almost all of his HP instantly, though, and does have to back off for a second, leaving Awesome Tryhard and Prob Garrett to really apply the pressure. Prob Garrett loses his shield, takes a second to reset, bubble down as well, and it's a crucial cooldown in this final zone. But the high ground still belongs to them. Nobody is looking at Meowdy right now. Instead, they are just killing themselves on this low ground with Escape trying desperately to push up. He's gotten angled on. Styx is down, and we've got a full team in this RB, a full team with nowhere to go.
We've seen this zone before in Series E in Season 5 where Team Intel, it was their first new games as rosters. It ends directly out here. Right exactly where Meowdy was standing. They recognize the situation. If the teams are going to play at the very bottom, we don't have to stay in the ultimate high ground. We could just continue to push up, own this area. Team Revenge goes out. There goes the grab lift from Awesome Tryhard, and they can't even push out of that door without being fully sent on, so it's a very smart angle here. Now, if anyone has a nade, they're going to be absolutely done for. Here comes the push out, and they all have to filter through the same spot. Meowdy taking another game.
Difficulty level impossible on that push. A stroke of genius with the gravity lift and the off angle just leaves Buffet Assist with no options. And it's that kind of big brain end game play that I've been wanting to see from Meowdy, our high fraggers today, because they've shown us that they can not only take out end games with style, they can not only take down teams in the mid game, but they can outthink you in the late.
And again, you just look at the order of operations that they do everything. There's a checklist of what needs to happen, and you could go to their fight inside of launch site when they were having to push tag out. It was an immediate push from Cody to get the heart scans, throws the ultimate, finds out where the players split. They capitalize on that immediately. Everybody follows up. The Seer Qs come through at the right time. The grav lifts are always well placed. The black holes are well placed. The bubble and defensive bombardments, all the utility that's being used is on point at the exact timing that they need that as we go through some of the replays.
And it's something that I'm noticing is even a difference with the rest of our squads. There are other teams that have comparable levels of micro skill, and they're the ones that have stood out to us at the beginning of the day, the ones that we try and highlight at the beginning of the day to say, hey, these guys could put up an impressive performance. But what I'm seeing from Meowdy that no one else has quite been able to give us is the coordination of a team that has played together for so long. You mentioned that these guys are ranked grinders, and the very fact that they've been playing together for hours on hours on hours, grind in, grind out every day, has really demonstrated itself because they don't even need to calm everything. There are quick, snap decisions being made that everyone is on the same page about because they no longer think of Apex as an individual game. It is a game that they play with their team, and right now they are one with their team.
Yeah, you have to have that communication that is unspoken, like you were mentioning, because of the fact that you have, how does that happen? Again, you can't communicate unless you don't know what's going on. Like, if you know what's going on, you can communicate. If you don't know what's going on, you can't call out because you don't know what's going on. So the fact that they've gone through all the reps, basically, that they need to, all of the practices that they need to get to that point, that's why they're so smooth. And again, you're not seeing anything mistimed. Everything is timed perfectly. The enemy team is not ready for it, and they're just playing at a really high level. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of good things to say about Meowdy, especially after watching them win their second game in a row of the day. But we're not the only ones with things to say. I want to hear what Yeso's got for us after Game 4.
In first place going into Game 3 without a win, and then following it up with back-to-back victories, really just kind of says it all for Meowdy. They have been head and shoulders above the rest of the lobby all throughout tonight, and it shows on the scoreboard. And with one game remaining, Meowdy are just looking to pad those stats and really put themselves in a nice early lead here at the start of our qualifiers. Here are their stats from this latest performance. They pick up 11 kills this time around. This time it was Garrett's turn to lead the way. Damage and kills leader for the squad here, and Meowdy just looking good. And it was really key, that fight they won against Tag at launch site. The T-Squared was just pointing out, one, talking about that order of operations, how they very systematically worked their way through these fights. They did that, and then it just wonderfully set them up with that high ground positioning on the rest of the lobby to where they could play slow, patient throughout the end of that game, and it grabbed them a win. Let's take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment here to end game number 4 as we get ready for our final game of the day, and it's ultimately the finish. The rat is gone, Team Revenge is out, and Meowdy is finally ready to go here. And they've got all the angles covered. This team is backed into a corner. They're between a rock and a hard place with the zone at their back and only one exit here to the RV. And it's just simple. Well-placed little grav lift to keep them inside the door so that they can set up these angles, scan through to make sure that they're canceling any late heals here, and then they don't have a choice. It's time to get out of the RV, and it's time to walk into the absolute firing squad set up here by Meowdy, and they're looking really good. And you know, there were a handful of teams that going into tonight's competition you could have pegged as early favorites. Redeem certainly one of them, who a constant mainstay here in Series Z open night competition, even slept on, who finished second in the Pro League quals just a night ago. Meowdy definitely has to be at the top of a lot of people's lists just after 4 games here. Still plenty more to play, 16 remaining in all of our qualifiers, but at the very least, Meowdy have set themselves apart from the pack here to kick things off. We're going to go to a quick break right now. When we come back, it's our final game of the day. T Squared and Dia will have all the action for you when we come back.
One final time, these teams will have the opportunity to put points on the board today. After today, we're going to be moving these on for the rest of the qualifiers, but let's see where we stand going into our last game. I have no doubt, T-Squared, that Meowdy are in the lead. It's just a question of by how much.
Exactly, and they're looking like a team that could potentially push on over towards 100 points, which is the pinnacle of 6 games, let alone doing it in 5. They're postured and almost in perfect position to win this one, even if they don't play. But again, there's 4 nights of qualifiers that are going to be played here. You got to try to put up as many points as possible, so you know they're going to be playing their hearts out. In terms of the most surprising teams, Team slept on in 17th place here with 8 points. Are they hungover from the ALGS yesterday? Are they a little bit down on themselves because they almost won and got qualified into ALGS, 1 point behind Esports Arena? Has to mess with your mental a little bit, especially because you're losing the 50-50s off rip. You're not playing nearly the level that we expect them to play. But also, I don't think anyone looked at these lobbies on paper and said this is how competitive it's going to be, because this is a very, very stacked lobby with a lot of names we haven't seen before. But that's what Series Z is all about, is finding this new talent, finding these new players that are come through and try to fight for these spots and get onto these partnered squads so they can get their salary, so they can get their contracts going forward. Phase 1 Esports, a very surprising team. Would never think that we'd see them in 20th place. Sniper Gang with Mooman on there, a former pro player. He's played at a high level in the past. Again, stacked lobby, nothing much to say.
And we've called out the surprise of slept on, and there are, like you say, so many reasons that a team could be underperforming. But one of the teams that I also want to call out as a really pleasant surprise is Zero Marksman, with Papa Midget, Votsky, and Moonshine have been doing so well, have been having really consistent play, even if they aren't top fragging like so many of the other squads that we've seen dominate the leaderboard. Having a top 5 performance in today's first open qualifier, when you know nothing about the other teams, is still making a statement.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really solid performance coming out of them, especially what was at a Game 2 win for them that picked up a majority of their points. So keep in mind, even if you are on that right side of the leaderboard, keep your head up. You got to continue to fight through here. This is when the pace is going to really, really pick up. It's going to be very similar to what we saw in game number 4 with like 8 squads getting eliminated, and then things start to slow down inside of the top 10 because that's when the placement points start to kind of roll through. But we have multiple 50-50s taking place. We had the 50-50s happening in Harvester. We know the ones happening over towards Climatizer. We may even see some more fights over towards the Lava City area. It's been a very exciting day overall, and it gives you a lot of hope for whatever team's going to actually make it in Series E, but it's not going to be easy. And again, that's why Meowdy needs to stay focused here. They need to try to put as many points as possible on the board, even in this final game, so they can continue to separate themselves.
They're one of the teams that also, fortunately, hasn't been getting 50-50'd. They have the classic esports arena drop from Split 1 of the ALGS, where everybody's complaining that dropping uncontested, they were getting Lava City, they were getting Big Mod, and they were getting Dome. The same thing is happening to Beyondy right now. They have so much loot that teams like Down to Clown haven't had access to because of the 50-50, but now they are denying to somebody else, as Rice Panda instantly bites the dust just as Ring 1 reveals itself, and Down to Clown continue to push the pace.
That's some communication that you don't typically see at this type of level. You have one player running behind you that's fairly weak. I don't know if that player didn't have a gun, but taking that much damage coming in from behind is just, really not acceptable. And I think that was just running around looking for a gun as fast as possible and a great one clip coming in from behind. So super unfortunate for Rice Panda. Not only that, you're dealing with double scan legends, which is fairly toxic. At least it's not Seer and it's Crypto instead, but they're going to constantly know where you're at.
Yeah, it's still rough. It's not a position that I envy, especially because Dropouts, I'm sure, would really like to have that Crypto instead so they could get this banner back. The game isn't so much about fighting for Fragment anymore as it is about getting out alive. But Laser Cat Squad's going to recommit, and it's a good thing that they're already so close to the ring, because when they make this beacon grab happen, they'll be able to move over towards Harvester through the choke, should they so desire, and start setting up for a Thermal Station Harvester adjacent finish.
Yeah, when you look at this ending, you have a feeling that it's going to land kind of right where that high ground is, where Thermal Station says TION, very close to where this choke's going to be, coming out of the staging area. So ZXG needs to stay focused here and make sure that they do not end up losing out on this fight. And if any building sees action, it's going to be that Dorito building. And the game may just end right here on this particular fight, because expect third party, fourth party, fifth parties coming in after this.
ZXG have rebuffed pushes like this before, but now I believe they're getting pushed by 2 squads in a quick rotation from what was last game, buff aim assist. We'll see if we've got the right read on it this time, as certainly Goody has got some really nice shots to open things up and keep ZXG in the know. Unfortunately for them, low shield amounts mean that they're backing off to the Dorito building, using his defense, and a hastily put together one as that, as yes it was, buff aim assist to have come in.
And that looks like a third Seer ultimate come down. I don't know if I'm 100% sure on that one, but I'm pretty sure as that Dorito building is just going to be an absolute bloodbath right now. And this fight is taking forever, so expect even more teams coming in and rotating through. I mean, think about teams like Redeem coming out of Lava Fisher. They're going to eventually make their way on over here. Vermouth gets eliminated. Multiple teams directly behind this team as well.
With that stick, though, Buff Amos has made this fight so much easier for themselves. They almost lose Lux, even so, but ZXG are gone. And with the World Drop coming in right next door, Phase 1 Esports, as a two-man, are going to be the players that need to be rebuffed. Rowdy, Life almost goes down. Redeem are out in the meantime. Our second-place team biting the dust in 17th. As Buff Amos, they lose one as well, and the pace continues to be pushed. This lobby continues to accelerate through 5 games today. We go faster and faster at a breakneck speed.
Yeah, and I think that Redeem ends up pushing the team over towards Lava Fisher, and it just doesn't end up working for them. Great tap strafe in the air coming in from Rowdy Life, but it's just not going to be enough. The res coming through, and now down to Clown, back on board with them over towards the Fragment side. They've lost out on Soviet. This could be still the team that they already had a knock on. It's going to be Rice Panda getting eliminated again, so they were able to pick up his banner, and great spray coming in from Prophet, trying to figure out how we can play this guy down with the Mozambique, and he's able to do so. Not able to get the Thirst, however, as the final player on this squad makes his way on over towards the high ground. Banner grab, not able to get on over towards the armor swap, but this is a great 1v1 coming in between two teams that desperately need points. Prophet moving all over the place, trying to find how he's going to heal over, but they have another player pushing in.
No way!
Slept on, that's Karma going down. So nasty, nasty plays from Prophet. Ends up almost 3v1ing that team.
I mean, 5 kills deep, but going out now,
Don't
down
do
to
it.
Clown of a lot to be proud of, and he still almost pulls it off! Not quite getting the kill, but the Ruse have got to be sweating after a one-man almost dismantled 3 squads. An excellent way for Down to Clown to go out.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but that was just impressive Horizon play again. Everything coming into fruition right there in terms of, it looked like he had the player outlines on her, that he was playing Seer, the way he was maneuvering around, little silent, sneaky looting happening for Floodsum. Maybe he's going to go for these banners here very shortly, but we know that's a full 3-man squad, so he's got to be fairly careful in terms of how he approaches the situation. Fortunately for him, he is playing Seer, so he's going to be able to get the heartbeats through the wall. The tough break is, and you know if this has happened to you in ranked, when there's multiple teams that just died and you have a controller player on the other team, they're just going to take forever to loot. So you have to just wait for that banner to time out, and that's exactly what's happening right now there for Floodsum. It looks like he's going to give this one up and just start to rotate. 50 seconds on Laser Cats, so if anything, maybe that's the one banner he makes his way towards.
You really pulled on my heartstrings there with that situation. I have absolutely been there before, and I believe now he's actually been spotted as well, so life gets even harder than having a controller player looting your teammates. The Ruse are on your tail, and this is a situation that as a solo, you simply don't get out of. We've seen one miracle today, and I don't think we get 2. Floodsum gets an incredible knock, though, and I may have spoken too soon. Dropouts still hold out for a really long time, taking down Stanky, and giving the Ruse a second thought as to what on earth is going on with the solos today.
Risen Rose trying to make their way inside of this building. You can see Seer just waiting around the corner, prepping an Arc Star. Trev Stacks just taking a little bit of damage, but it's all about trying to heal back up and hit those Arc Stars at the right time. All 3 players filtered into the same corner, and if Trev Stacks, he does have his Horizon ultimate, that black hole is going to connect, and if it does, it's going to be huge damage for Risen Rose.
These Watson fences are really good, though, and I'm worried about the fact that there could be an ult in here to absorb something like that black hole. I think Trev Stacks has got a very similar train of thought, and it's what's keeping Risen Rose from being able to push in right now. Instead, having to take cover as other teams start to file in around them. With a thermal station ending, the fact that this 3v3 didn't end fast enough means that they don't get to finish it.
Yeah, it's surprising that they weren't able to get past those Horizon fences, honestly. And this fight is happening towards where the end zone is going to be. Remember, it's pulling over towards Thermal Station, kind of where he's zooming in on that high ground. So that's why he's checking. And I think that's a really smart play from Trev Stacks. They're just going to coexist right next to this team. If they find an opportunity to go and push that one, they're going to go for it. But after kind of poking at each other for a while, understanding the situation, if they fight this, they're most likely going to get third-partied. They don't have a Seer to constantly check their backhand side, so it becomes a little bit of an awkward situation. And same with Fully Torqued. They don't have a Horizon to go through and push through on the building, so it makes it a little bit complicated for them as well.
They found a rat, though. Zark sitting on the outside of this building doesn't seem to find anyone, but I swear I saw something from Poi on the heartbeat sensor. It seems like it might be on the other side of this wall, since we do have a team just stacked up against the side. And as this zone continues to pull down, places like where Mooman is right now, like that fence line, are going to provide you valuable stall-out time, where you get to say, well, we're going to take this position and just wait for us to Valkylt over, farm those placement points when we're already in the top 11 squads.
Now, the best way to do this would be get rid of the fences and then entry frag with the Gibby bubble instead. Let me in! Plug Cube ends up... All right, that's a little bit of a grief there. He also doesn't block the door, so 2 major mistakes coming in. But now the push is coming in from Zero Marksman. They want to try to infiltrate this building, realizing, wait, there's another team on the opposite side, so they can't really continue to go forward. Very fortunate right there that the coexistence ends up working in their favor instead of against them. A little bit of a scary moment, to say the least, as Zero Marksman is trying to capitalize on a couple of our top teams already being taken down. They're going to need a big game here. Already 9 squads eliminated, no kill points on the board here.
To push themselves even further, they'll need a foothold in these buildings, and they've already forced out a defensive bombardment, so I love that Papa Midget is keeping the pressure on, because it just takes one more misstep to maybe open the door to a horizon push. Zero Marksman, though, as you noted, know that this can get risky, and I like that they're playing things slow. Unlike we're getting on the outside, where Sniper Gang are just diving into the bloodbath. They've already gotten 1 knock, but with Tyler going low and actually burning to a thermite, nades are starting to cause some serious problems. Swag King is low as well and takes the second to pop a shield bout as Meowdy come in for a possible third party, already finding 1, but now taking shots from Zero Marksman on the high ground. Everybody is in this standoff towards the mid game, as there are 3-4 different teams looking at each other and going, who's going to int first?
And interestingly enough, this is the slowest game we've seen Meowdy play. They've typically taken 2 or 3 fights, maybe even more than that, before we've gotten to this top 10 squad area. It makes you wonder, are they going to just kind of play around here, wait for the other teams to kind of eliminate each other, and try to milk those placement points to maybe get their 3rd win in a row? The confidence would start skyrocketing at that point, and what a story that would be if they ended up qualifying. Winning 3 out of 5, 3 in a row in our first night of qualifiers. That's what Series E is all about. The shots from Prob Garrett just looking so clean.
Really nice play, and on the Gibraltar, G7 Scout is just a classic, especially when they've got that extra big mod reload speed and mag size. Prob Garrett's got himself up to purple, no problem, and gets to move up with even more confidence. Remember the bubble to make this a close range fight. He's got the Peacekeeper ready as well, and out it goes. Gravity lift be darned. We've got a black hole coming in complete safety inside this bubble for Meowdy, and now they get to continue looking for their prey down a bubble, but ready with the confidence. Bosky goes down, and I believe there's 1 more player left as Moonshine bites the dust as well.
Yeah, Cody going to go for the blue armor swap, eventually pick that purple back up and start hitting that scan basically immediately. It's Papa Midget from Zero Marksman as the last player alive, and he's doing a great job of running, but how long will he be able to run from this squad? That just looks so darn good. The bubble placement right when the black hole was coming down, perfectly executed in terms of how you want to go and approach that situation, and I love the call out in terms of recognizing that that is a weapon that has come out of the big mod area, and you could just see why that POI is one of the best POIs in Apex. That and Countdown, and those are the teams that sitting in 1st and 2nd place right now. Not that surprising, understanding who these players are and how they're able to execute at such a high level. But this has been a little bit of a slower pace. I mean, we did have an explosive start happening over towards the Doritos side, but right now everyone seems to be posturing up in this final game, trying to get as many points as they possibly can.
I mean, it's kind of how it goes, too, once we get whittled down to 10 squads by only Ring 3. A lot of teams who even want to fight, like we know Meowdy do, are having a little bit of trouble finding engagements that aren't already in a position of extreme power. You can't really find stragglers because there are so many buildings already occupied. I am taking a look, though, at that northernmost part of Thermal Station that we expected to be the God Spot, and thinking that there might be a minimap bug, because I think I only saw 1 player there, and that certainly can't be right. Meowdy are going to whittle us down even further, though, as Tryhard does again pull out those fisticuffs at close range. He and Cody should be able to win the fight inside this bubble, but safety will expire, and they've got to hide from other teams who will be poking at them at long range.
Another great team fight win coming in for Meowdy. Garrett going to go with the battery instead of the armor swap. Buff aim assist, finding themselves a team fight over towards the bottom of Thermal Station. Spire getting eliminated. Key is going to end up hitting the armor swap, and a great job by tossing that on over by Zanu so they don't have to worry about going into one of the boxes, especially if you're playing on controller. That's super nice, and very rarely do you see your controller player go and hit that, as another kill is going to go in favor of Cody. That's going to be Papa Midget dropping, and oh my goodness, Key with the wingman, Zanu with the R301 just decimating Meowdy, and this could be it for Meowdy. It looks like the dream could be over. The bubble is perfectly placed. The res comes through, but that's going to be all she wrote if Buff Aim Assist is able to connect. There is a third party coming in from the high ground,
though. No! From who of all squads coming in from behind? They could clean up both of these. Cody is down, and there's no way for Buff Aim Assist to survive anymore. A bubble to reset from who, as it seems like Gibraltars are just piling into this corner. We've still got one more squad who was in that fight that's got to expire, and Meowdy are out. Not going to be winning their third game today. Instead, who have got more loot than they could ever ask for, and still a ways to go to this next ring.
Straight up melted right there. You could see Awesome Tryhard drop down to finish that kill. Hits the grav lift back on up, but the teamwork was insane. Comboed with the R301 with the wingman. The third party, so well timed. Now we slow things down just temporarily, and as predicted, Dia, this is where the zone continues to pull, and that's why you saw these two teams slow playing it, but what a collateral this would be. Poising his shot up, getting ready to rip faces.
Oh yeah, I'm getting warmed up for a Kraber in the late game. The crazy stuff that can happen when you integrate this gun into the wild scenarios that are already going to occur. 5 teams left, and we're just closing in on round 4, so still so much space between these squads, more than you would otherwise expect there to be. But a nice spot has been found by Who right now on the outside, playing this, what I even hesitate to call head peek, but small bit of cover, and Poi has got to overextend. If he wants that shot, he just turns around and stacks it on Plugged Cube. This could be the go button for Fully Torqued, as already Poi is in there like swimwear and waiting for backup.
And the confidence. The Sear Q is just a little bit early, and you could see the bubble going down at the exact right timing. What a confident Kraber play coming in from Poised. I mean, I thought he was going to even just full send onto the res and start trying to go for no scopes, but looks like they're slowly going about this, and by slowly, I mean getting ready to rip some more faces as Poised able to connect on the Gibby there, but the arm shield plus the extra buff coming through is going to be enough to just survive temporarily, and you can see the high ground being taken by Carlos and his squad, but this Kraber is going to be game-changing for Fully Torqued if he can connect on some more shots.
Team Revenge dominates the high ground, though, and while we've been watching these highlight plays with the Kraber, only 6 bullets are left, and 12 people still alive, and he's going to have to be conservative about how he uses these, especially if you want that end game mix-up that you can provide as Fully Torqued. I'm looking at Team Revenge and thinking, are they going to be picking up their first win of the day? Yes, they've got a long way to go, but this high ground isn't called a god spot for nothing.
Yeah, and you look at Poise and you say, why does he end up going for the Phoenix kit there when he has 4 cells and a battery? Well, once this zone starts to close in, especially in the Seer meta too, very rarely are you going to even have time to hit that Phoenix kit overall. Now, Risen Rose, they're going to have to make their play, and that platform is exactly where you need to get towards, but there's a couple of different angles that you can go and play. You can play in between the stairs, you can play against the wall, you can play on top of the actual platform. Those are 3 spots already that are going to be taken, so which team that makes it out there is going to have a huge advantage. That's going to be Poise going down first. Kraber is going to be taken down. Zark Lee, he's eating a lot of black hole as he's going to be also having to worry about the rest of the team flying in on top of his head. Risen Rose now only down to 2 players. Seer Ultimates coming in from both teams, but that's why the platform ends up being the god spot here. All these teams have to rotate towards you, and Team Revenge looking like they are on the prowl now as the enemy team just dips on out. Plays that perfectly, actually. They end up getting into the god spot.
I've never seen a play that was Uno reverse carded so well. Risen Rows do leave us, but even still, an impressive position from them that was taken. It's between Team Revenge and Who now as our last three-man squads, our last full squads, and one rat from Fully Torqued that almost ends up changing everything. Out comes the Searold, and the Arc Star could be devastating, but Styx manages to dodge it with just a little bit of cover. It is an arenas match across this train line between these two teams, and Who are already committing forward with the bubble. Styx trying to land those Peacekeeper shots, but not quite able to dance in the bubble well enough. Carlon fam's already down, and so is he. Escape the last member standing, and Who, with the confidence, with the bubble play, are going to be able to turn this into a victory. Out comes the spear, and down goes the opposition, as Who will take your final game of the day.
What a play from Who. I mean, the advancing play into the bubble. The bubble was just so well timed, so well placed. They crossed the train tracks, understanding the situation that one player was on the opposite side. But you don't just toss those arc stars for the heck of it. They toss those to kind of eliminate a little bit of the AoE there. So if they're able to kind of separate the players and say, hey, let's separate one player on the left-hand side, focus the two players on the right-hand side. I think his name was Styx, with some great spray with the R301. It didn't really matter because when push comes to shove, you can't miss 3 PK shots in a row right there. And unfortunately, just getting out damage in a situation where it's that final 3v3 moment ends up costing. But we saw so many great plays throughout the night. Ended with two teams that looked like they needed to make their way inside of the top 5, and Who may have been able to do that. But just such a great performance from teams and players that we haven't necessarily casted or seen that much of, and hopefully we continue to see more of them as this qualification process goes forward.
Watching all of these replays, I'm only left to think, what on earth? I do not envy the person who has to pick our Mobile 1 high-performance moment. I do not envy the deity that must perform the task, because we had so many standouts, even with Team Revenge, in their final fight, not quite able to close things out. Everyone was performing to a T in this final game, despite the speed at which the kills were occurring.
And you just got to feel for Styx right there, because he did everything right, from avoiding the damage with the Arc Stars, the great spray with the R301, but the Horizon Grav Lift ended up being a little bit of a bait, because if he just ends up jumping over the railing and kind of sliding in and going for that, it's going to help where his reticle placement was going to be, just not fast enough recovery, and sometimes the PK is just a very unforgiving weapon. Either way, great job getting to that point. I love how they switched off Caustic and went on over to Seer. You could see how much Seer was more viable in these type of situations compared to Caustic, and it also helps you with this play style that says, hey, let's get more aggressive, let's look for more kills, and let's continue to add pressure, because tonight was all about adding pressure.
Team Revenge gave us one heck of a performance, as did Who, as did Meowdy, as did every team that we saw hit the stage today. They went through a really unforgiving qualifier, and I'll tell you what, it's not our last one. We've got 4 of these babies, and we're going to continue them tomorrow. And before we end up closing things out for today, as it sounds like I'm almost doing, I want to hear from Yeso to see if he's got any additional notes for us before tomorrow.
My first note for you, Dia, is you made an interesting point, kind of framing that final fight as almost an arenas match right across those train tracks. And I gotta say, Escape kind of looked like he had you and I as teammates again in that arena match, in that final fight. Nobody else will get that reference but me and Dia, but I just had to pull that one up for him there. But Revenge Fall, Who take the win there at the end, and they're a team that I certainly have my eyes on. I think Who are definitely a top contender to qualify for Series E this season, and this is the kind of game that can help them do so. They finished with 13 kills, Vize leading the way there, both he and Wave with over 1,000 damage, and Great Sword very close behind them, but that is a nice 25-point showing here at the end of the day from Who. And why not wrap it up with our final Mobile 1 high performance moment here of the evening. What have the gods blessed us with here at the end? And it is, of course, the final fight. Styx with a good sight line here, but this bubble stalls for so long, and unfortunately, the big decider here is Styx unable to get the damage that they needed in that bubble fight. The fancy feat from the Valkyrie here for Wave, just too good. And then Styx goes down, and now it's just down to Escape at the end with shields cracked and just a sliver of health remaining there on the Seer, and they end up falling. So just a good job playing around the bubble here by Wave and the rest of Who. And it's what grabs them the win here at the end of the day, and some much needed points, because every point matters here in qualifiers. We're going to see Who, I would imagine, right back here tomorrow night, looking to build off of this performance, and ending on a win like that is going to feel very, very good. Let's take a look, though, at where everybody stands at the end of our first night of qualifiers here with our Mobile 1 leaderboard. Should surprise nobody who is in first place, as Meowdy finished with a whopping 92 points on the day, but Who, with that last game win, jump all the way up to second, past Redeem by a single point at 50. So some work to do for a lot of squads, but Who having a solid night. Redeem with that strong start, not following that up in the next 4 games probably as good as they would have hoped, because they really had a banger to start off the day. I believe it was a 13 kill 25 point performance, so half of those points coming in just the first game. We'll have to see if Redeem can bring out a more consistent performance next time around, but still 49 points, nothing to sneeze at. Buff aim assist with a really good night as well. Teams I'm looking to see a little bit more from: Risen Rose, Revenge as well in the top 10, but I think they could threaten for top 5 and really make things interesting as these qualifiers continue. But congratulations to Meowdy. They are our first place finishers here tonight, and they go into night number 2 of our qualifiers in the lead at this point. Thank you so much to everybody who came out and watched tonight. A final reminder here for tonight: make sure you are signed up for qualifiers for Series E Apex Legends. esportsarena.com is where you want to go to sign up. Make sure you sign up for tomorrow, as well as the final 2 qualifiers coming up 2 weeks from today. And also, if you want to qualify for the other games, Guilty Gear Strive and Multiverses as well. Of course, the first night of Guilty Gear Strive qualifiers wrapping up actually as we speak, but they will be back again next week. And Multiverses kicks off tomorrow night. All of those signups again over at esportsarena.com. My name is Yeso. It's been a pleasure to be your host here tonight as we kick off another awesome season of Series E here with Esports Arena. For myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us here tonight, and we will see you again tomorrow.